Yeah. Is he not even on? Oh, he's just about. He's just starting. 72 watching. My prediction is he's going to get a far smaller number today, and if he keeps doing it, the number will just dwindle. Like, and when I say dwindle, I mean dwindle, because I think there'll be a core group. I think for Alan, there is a core group of people who just fucking hate Nicole Kessinger, and the number of people on the internet that they can go in a live stream and go on about Nicole Kessinger with is also small. So they'll stick together. They'll always be there, but they will dwindle as well. Like, they won't, that's not going to grow and become a new trend. Modern people on YouTube are not going to be so emotionally invested in it. Like, it all happened. It's all the past. It's like you're always going to have people who like black and white silent movies, but it doesn't mean that it's going to become the next big thing in Hollywood again. And I was watching Grumpy Granny's react to me the other day. Today. Grumpy Granny did a live stream reacting to me. I was watching that, and she was saying some stuff, and she was skipping through the bits where the case was on, and I was thinking, you know what, she's so right. I don't need to debunk any of this stuff. It's all been debunked. Every time he says anything, I'm to assume it's wrong, because every time he says anything, it's always been debunked and wrong. And for my life and my feelings, I'm here to react to Alan and take him apart for what he's doing, but I'm not really going to be wanting to spend my life going over and over and over and over and over and over and over this case, am I? So everything that he said was rubbish yesterday. Lots of stuff that's been debunked. Here's the man.
Good mood. AD's in a good mood. Don't know why. Chelsea only drew. Good evening. Now.
Been watching the football, have you? Been drinking, have you?
I have started 2 hours early because
Tired.
I want to do Patreon later on, maybe, depending on how many of you turn up. But I don't want to be doing Patreon 2 o'clock in the morning. It's not fair on my British viewers to keep them up to 2, 3 a.m.
It's not fair on you because you're a chuffer that can't stay awake in your own chuffing streams, let alone in your patrons. Plus, there's nothing on the Patreon that anyone would need to watch. So you might as well just stop doing them instead of like it's just a grift. There's nothing there for it. Like, there's nothing worth paying for. It's just you talking nonsense again.
I know only 1 in 50 of you work, but that 1 in 50 might have to go to work tomorrow. Only joking. I don't know how many of you work. Most of us are old, aren't we? Most of us are at home all the time. I know that because you're here all the time. Now, I lost Nancy last night. I was in a pickle with Nancy. My biggest show in 5 years. Where is she? I thought she was kidnapped. I thought Nancy was kidnapped last night. But I think she's here in the chat today. If you are there, Nancy, make yourself known. Make yourself known. Anybody?
By giving me money on the internet. And when he says, I think she's here in the chat, she wasn't there last night. So he panicked and contacted her behind the scenes. And she said, don't worry, Alan. I'll come and give you £100 today. Unbelievable.
That makes yourself known, as they say in Frederick. Right. Why we're coming in, I've got a few things to say.
He's in a funny mood. He is. He's in a real funny mood. I think he's drunk. I just think I get I can smell it through the screen, if you know what I mean. Like this drinking Sunday afternoon, drunk.
As usual. Notice. I look around the streets of YouTube and I don't watch the trolls. People say
the streets of YouTube, and of course you watch our stuff because Alan, it's all about you. You Google yourself every day. You're a narcissist.
Send me stuff, just like people sent poor old Frankie and Frank Senior stuff about me. Oh, that Alan Vinnicombe, he's done this today, Frankie. Oh, Frank, Alan Vinnicombe's done that. I get stuff sent about you trolls, right? And I don't care about the trolls anymore because it's so many years now. All they're doing is repeating, he's a con man, he's a crook. It doesn't really work anymore, does it? But anyway.
That's not what's happening. We're not just repeating stuff, are we? You come up with new ways to be disgusting. Like, has he not seen his new wave of detractors making songs and super edits?
The whole point is, the reason I didn't want to come at the case. The reason I come at the case is because after 2.5 years, I'm being witch hunted.
Listen, I'll draw your attention to the fact that he's wearing his entire black again. All excited and happy, wearing all black again. The costume of the abuser who likes to be on video but doesn't want to be known, so wears a uniform of all black while they commit abuse on video.
And stalked by Shanann's brother.
So maybe he's been having an afternoon of it.
And I can see
in his black room and his black bed and his black, just a suggestion, just an idea. Might just be that he's got himself a nice black shirt and he's definitely drunk. There's no way this man is not drunk. Look at the glasses. Look at the man. I mean, just, you know him. He's drunk. End of story. End of story.
the reason I come back to the case is because after 2.5 years, I'm being witch hunted and stalked by Shanann's brother.
Right. The other thing that's interesting is that narcissists, when wounded, fall back on their. Like, I imagine he spent some money. Like, maybe he had a win on the poker. Maybe that they fall back on their addictions, the things that fuel them in that way. And so he's got the poker, he's got the drinking, but he might also have the being a sadistic abuser. That might be on the list as well. So I don't know what he's been up to, but he seems pretty happy about himself again, doesn't he?
And I can say that because he is. He's
and
raising
of course,
money.
he got nearly 10,000 views total from his last explosive live that went on for hours and hours, said nothing, and basically said there was a red suitcase in the bedroom. Probably, it looks like there is, and it's been talked about before. And the most likely explanation is that Chris took it up there either to dispose of Shannon, or that Shannon took it up there to leave Chris. And it's irrelevant and it's nothing. And I've said it again. I'm going to, note to self, don't keep going on about that anymore. Don't keep debunking his rubbish on that.
For 2.5 years to come to my country and destroy my life. Just me, not all those other channels that are doing it. Just me and why? And I think that's not fair. I've never threatened him, never sent him an email. I don't want to talk about him. I want to talk about Kessinger, yeah. Tell Kessinger to sue me. Come on down, Kessinger. I'll take you on in court. You were there, in my opinion. So, yeah, so I've come back to it, and people don't like it. Well, it was your own fault, because when I stopped doing the case for 7 months, you never laid off my back for one day. Not one day did you lay off my back. It was all, please put money in Frankie's fund. Please, we've got to get him. We've got to get him. I wasn't even talking about the case anymore.
He's really on the go. I haven't got him sped up here. This is just him normal speed.
And this is very interesting. He's got a crowdfundme going, right? It's got, I don't know, £56,000 in it to destroy my life. Great effort by the people that hate me, right? By the way, if it started today, I don't think they'd raise $1,000, but that's by the way. So they got all this money.
We're not starting today, are we? In the same way as if you started your channel today, you wouldn't get more than 1,000 views, would you? They
come and get me. And but it's based on a lie that I deflamed him by saying he's got a criminal record. Now, I'm not going to go over his criminal record again. I've done it. The trolls are gone, yeah, but it's only for this, or it's only for that. I couldn't care less. It's a criminal record. Oh, he played it down, the big one.
He's talking really fast. Oh, he's actually talking fast. I wonder if he's on some other kind of narcotic, because he's talking very fast. I haven't got him sped up today. He's just talking fast. And
I won't say what it is. He played it down. Even the trolls say that. So I'm afraid he has got a criminal record. And he's based the fund on me lying about him having a criminal record. So I have to defend myself because he wants £100,000 from me.
And he said deflamed earlier. I think we should start. You know how Steve has written on the wall behind him, he has all the different words that Dark Side Phil gets wrong. I think we need to start clipping it. Anyone, especially Regardation Police and Slinky, every time he says something wrong like that, we need to clip it, and you just need to put it in a folder, and then after a while release the video, after you've built up a load of clips. Or you could, because it's the right job to go searching for them. We know certain words that he says a lot, like monetarized, you can find them, but anytime he says anything, clip, put that in the folder. Clip, put that in the folder, and if you work like that conscientiously over time, you will get a big library of all these little clips, and eventually it'll add up to a 10-minute video. Are you already collecting? Perfect. I'd love to see that when it finally is ready. Some things take time.
And he wants me to apologise, and he wants me to give him all the money for all my videos I've ever made. Now, that ain't going to happen, is it? Because he lied about me. And I got, before I go any further, genetic code, Cassius, Salty B, are branded as traitors by the Troopers. You traitors, genetic code, Salty Bit, Cassius, you traitors. They're not traitors. They have got something called morals. You're going to bash AD and bring down his life because I don't know what it is for you. They hate me, but they hate me for various reasons based around they think I'm lying and I'm disingenuous. Actually, I really, really, really want Nicole Kessinger questioned. Okay? Let's boil it down to one line. I want Nicole Kessinger questioned.
Right, well then that's it then. So why don't you do anything towards getting that to, like, you think doing your videos on YouTube is going to make that happen? You think getting people to pay you for Patreon is going to make that happen? You think talking about Madeleine McCann on one day and Nicola Bulley on the, oh, but I want the Madeleine McCann parents, oh, but I want the Nicola Bulley, oh, is that it? You're some crusader for justice on these particular cases and not many others. Like, what you want, Alan, is to harness those people on the internet that are still around, that are angry about Nicole Kessinger, who will never get what they want, and have them pay you money. It's a grift. Don't talk shit.
Based on the evidence I've got. Now, they would say, we've debunked all your evidence. I say BS. I've got 100,000 supporters.
No, you
I
haven't.
did a show last night where 90% of you said that you think she was in the house that night, and you think I'm talking bullshit and you can debunk me. Fine. You're all entitled to your opinion. If you think I'm wrong, show where I'm wrong. Don't.
Okay, here's where you're wrong. Pull the microphone from where it is and place it right in front of you, you fucking dickhead.
Don't call me
Big ups Bailey. Big ups Bailey.
old or decrepit or senile or a perv or a sex, whatever, or every. They love sex. They love talking about sex all day.
Listen, everyone loves sex. It's normal. It's human. You, on the other hand, take it and make it twisted and warped and weird. And you definitely were singing with kids on Smule. I'm going to get it up again every single time, Alan. Every time you deny it. What does a narcissist do? Here's a little question for you. What does a narcissist do when you point out when they're lying? There's a question for you. They deny it. There he waves at him. And Alan gives it the smile. Everyone wanted to see the smile last time. I cut before the smile. Look, I'm not going to play the rest of it, the whole thing, but it's on there, Sentries, it's on the internet. This happened. It was 3 years ago. Alan did it during lockdown. Don't know how many more he did. We know there were at least 3 children on this one's live. There was one live room, and there were 3 children in it. And then you had another one another time with 2 children in it. So we know that has happened. It's all facts. It's all evidence. Alan, you know, when faced with it, will simply lie. Simply lie. Where am I?
Hey, don't they? Meanwhile, Battery puts his willy in a picture of my face on the wall and makes up a song about making love to my daughter.
So it's moved now from Scotty Hottie sticks his willy in his mouth, which he said on his last episode. Could you imagine that? Like I said, he's big. This is what's brilliant about it. Maybe he edited it off later. We don't know. He might have gone back and edited it off later. But during the big episode that he got his biggest number of views for recently, all the Frankie Rusick and all this stuff and all the, the case and all that, everyone had to hear him say, he puts his willy in my mouth. Like a little boy on his stream. And it was fucking weird. And everyone will think, what the fuck are you talking about, you fucking weirdo? So now he's climbed down from that, and now it's a picture of him.
All day, don't they? Meanwhile, Battery puts his willy in a picture of my face on the wall and makes up a song about making love to my daughter. But that's okay with them. They still support him.
You see, if you can't take apart the things that we've said about you, Alan, the proofs and the facts, you'll try and attack my character. By attacking my character on the one thing that you think you can attack me on, which is that some of my jokes, some people think are a bit icky. Like, it's just fucking rubbish, isn't it? It's pathetic. This man is at rock bottom. This man is really scraping the barrel. This man has scraped the barrel. He's got less than 10,000 views in the 2 days on his big thing about Nicole Kessinger. Like, how much more there will be? Like, this Nicole Kessinger sponge can be squeezed every now and then on the internet for him. But other than that, and that's going to get smaller and smaller. It's like a melting ice block of people who really give a fuck enough and want to hear it again and again and again. The court case clock is also ticking. Big ups, Jigsy Wigsy. Everyone who's here, right? Anyone who's here, if you're not subscribed, you can get subscribed through Amazon Prime. If you're watching this now in Twitch, Amazon Prime. If you've got Amazon Prime, you can subscribe for free. It's free to throw me a subscribe for that. So if you've got that, do that, you chuffer. Thanks.
Battery Boy, who said that Nicola Boy was killed by her partner and her best friend.
No, listen. I watched the interviews of them. And from what they were saying, I was like, you want to fucking go and search their house at Marsh Farm Hall? And I will stand by that to this day. You didn't, Mr. Domestic Violence, didn't understand the concepts and context of what could have been going on in Nicola's marriage. You're wrong on this, Alan.
Oh, yeah, that's okay. That's okay, Battery Boy.
Slandering my name, trying to make it like I'm something shit, Battery Boy, when actually I'm better than Alan.
Boy's a genius.
I'm not trying to say I'm something special, but between you and me, Alan, I've won. And now all you're doing is trying to slander my name. But Battery Boy's a genius. This genius over here managed to accidentally run across this.
Once I was 7 years old.
On the internet and bust you for singing with kids on Small, you massive nonce. So, like, you know, bit smarter than you, aren't I, Alan? And the videos that we do on our main channel, the content that we do, he's jealous of it. Sorry, I'm not saying I'm special. I'm saying he's jealous, okay?
All he does is uses my videos. He uses my videos to get views. And you think that's okay? It's pretty poor work, isn't it? Anyway, so that's not the point. The point is...
You're bitter. You're sad. You're angry. You're angry. You're fed up. You're angry. Don't give a fuck.
They are making a stand for the truth. And they hate me. Most of them hate me. Fine. I don't care if they... My life doesn't alter because some people hate me. Because I have 100,000 of you. 100,000 of you, my community.
You deluded.
It's a bit like a war, right? I'm one country and they're another. We're not going to like each other. We're going to minimize each other's good points and maximize each other's bad points, right? But I don't do that. I don't call them out. I don't make videos about them. I don't dox them. I never will.
You literally just did that, though, didn't you? You literally just tried to maximise your good points and minimise our good points, and then make up some rubbish about what was bad about me. And the things that are bad about me and my content are that I use your content to critique you as proper evidence of the things you're doing, right? That's bad in your opinion. And then the other thing that you thought was bad was that I wrote a comedy song about taking your daughter to New York. Like, okay, shall I suffer these slings and arrows of outrageous fortune? Is this too much for me to bear? No, it's fine. You can say that all you want, Alan. I just don't care what you said. Whereas on the other side of things, using this app like a paedophile would use it, you know, being a massive noncer, I think you should care about that.
Never will. But the problem is when you get somebody like Lizzie Eily Ho TV show who makes up stories that I was earning 20,000 a month from Patreon, and sends it to Cohen and sends it to Frankie. That's why this is still going on. People like this Lizzie give them hope. Oh, and Diem. Oh, he's making a fortune. He's making big money. And you've stoked him up. Poor old Junior's there counting up the money. 100,000 a week. Oh, poor old Cohen. Oh, yeah, we'll get all his earnings. I haven't got any money. I never earned £100,000 a month. No, 200,000 was it? No, I don't know how much they're saying I was earning. Doesn't matter.
Usually I turn the colour up on him to make him look strange in the thumbnail, but actually he is coloured all funny here, partly because of the filter and partly because he's actually starting to get red. You got £100 last night on your live stream, didn't you, Alan? You did a Patreon broadcast to a load of people that pay you money. Like, you have regular income from the thing you do on YouTube. And on top of that, you've had the money from the stuff that you've made. It's a bit like the book, isn't it? If you make copyright material and then they get angry about it, they want the money back. Like, oh, but I haven't got it anymore, I spent it. Well, you've had it, so you can shut the fuck up.
They're massaging the figures. And
they did, look, brutally honest, Marv, 20G a year in your dreams. Like, when Alan was at his peak yeah, when Alan was at his peak, he was pulling in big numbers, and he switched off the $1 thing on his, quite sensibly, switched off the $1 thing on his Patreon and said, right, from now on it's just $10. And there were quite a lot of people who signed up for $10. How many of them have switched it off now and realised and thought, oh, hang on, am I still subscribed to that AD? We don't know. But at his peak, he was raking in quite a fat wedge per month on Patreon. Quite a fat wedge. We think in total, and I don't dispute this at all from Lizzie's figures, like she might be, I thought when you look at Social Blade, the problem with Social Blade is I've had a channel that's not monetized, and yet Social Blade said earnings between 20 and 100, or, you know, it said there was potential earnings, and I was like, I'm not monetized, but these are potential earnings if you were, so there you go. Social Blade's a bit vague, and the same with the Patreon add-ups, you know, it's hard to add up because he won't show the truth. Like on Patreon, you can literally just show how many patrons you have. Like, it's a choice. Alan could just show the truth. Like, we could just settle all this. But instead, he goes and messes about, and she has to infer and add up. But overall, the inference, like, if you give yourself a margin of about 20 or 30% here and there, it's still a lot of money. And it was enough money for him to do something with, like put away in some way, invest in something, use to buy a house. And the things that they're going to go after him for, apparently, from what he's saying, apparently what they're saying is that if you look at the money he made in the past, it was off the reason that we're doing this court case. So if we win the court case, we want the money you made off our family. Like, it's quite interesting. And that money, not 120k a year for every year always, but for a couple of years while he was at his peak, or maybe a year and maybe the second year. And like, the thing that you're supposed to do at that point is you're supposed to use that to like either totally cement and solidify yourself, like if you, in terms of your business on media production, like cement and solidify. Like, that's when he should have made the documentary. He should have took his own money that he made and made a really good documentary, and then he could have been sat there now with proper monies, taken seriously. But I think he spent a lot of it going abroad to play poker, putting on the poker table, bigger hands, bigger games. You know, he won a couple here and there, but it's most likely that he just frittered it away thinking that he's special Alan, therefore next year he's going to get another 100 grand, and this allows him to live this high life. And when you go on that road, you only earn your 100 grand, you're not earning 1 million, 2 million, you're not on the high road, like you're on the way, but there's the bit where you need to start working even harder and being even more sensible with your money, and if you're not careful, you turn it into nothing very quick. And I think at the end of it, he's probably got some item, like a house, you know, something like that, that he used some of the money, you know, in some way to put into, or maybe someone else's, but the HMRC, the courts, you know, they'll get into all that if he loses, won't they? It's interesting stuff. Like, people can get lucky doing things. Like, Alan didn't get all that because he was special and good and earned it. He got that because there was a point in, like, the man that I follow, the other streamer that I follow, Dark Side Film, there was a point in YouTube where it was trending to talk about this topic, and if you had something that was clickbaity, you could, like, YouTube has cleared up the clickbait a whole lot. You might notice these days there's not so much clickbait on YouTube, because when YouTube was, you might remember it back in the day being quite clickbait heavy, and people got annoyed by that and it angered them, so they filter it out in a way, don't they? So Alan rode a wave at a certain point in time, and he can't, like, that wave isn't coming again. So, like, you know, he's capitalized in whatever ways he can, and he's still got, like I said, a core group of people who are still paddling around in the wake of that wave. But and like I say, you know, Nicole Kessinger's going to bump up and down on YouTube. It's interesting, as I'm saying this, I think the Zodiac Killer was caught recently because of some, you know, amateur sleuths, so something could come forward. You know, it's always like, it's like having money in something on the stock market that's not, or like betting on a horse that's still waiting to get round the track. It might run the track eventually, and eventually maybe one day come in and you might get your money, but I don't know what a good analogy is for that, but you know what I mean? It's like a long shot. It's a long shot, and so yeah, he's really at rock bottom now, I think.
They don't know the figures, so they're guesstimating it. Their guesstimate, Lizzie's guesstimate, is off the wall wrong. And I'm willing to have a bet with her, if somebody can hold the money of £1,000, that she's not even...
Funny, isn't it? Because I was offering him £1,000. Now £1,000 is a number that's being bandied round. He's willing to bet £1,000. You've got no money, Alan. So you can't bet £1,000, can you? Because if you lose the bet, then you've got no money. So how are you going to pay it, you fucking dick? What an idiot. So I was offering him £1,000 to come on a stream, but the point here, I guess, that I was most interested in, if her estimate is way wrong, you've got all the payout money listed from Patreon. You can show exactly today how many patrons you have, how much money it is. Like, why don't you just do that? Like, why not just be transparent? This is crowdfunded anyway, isn't it, Patreon? It's like, a group of people putting in. It's not like, if you want me to add up all my tippies and show you my, bank statements and everything, that's a bit excessive. But because on Patreon, literally, you can show how many patrons you have. You can literally do that. It's like a thing that you can do. Like, do you want it on or do you want it off? And like, you can literally, like, because you're Alan and like you're arguing about this, you can just get a screenshot of what this month's Patreon money was and just go, look, that's how much I earn off Patreon. So there you go. Like, the courts will require all the documents anyway, won't they? So they're going to get to the bottom of it. But like, why not just settle it like that? Like, why talk a load of shit?
Quarter right. Not even a quarter right. Do you think they've got 700 support?
Not even a quarter right. So you're saying that she's wrong by a power of 4. So you divide the money that she said that you got, and you got not even a quarter of that. Is that what you're trying to say? Is that what you're trying to say?
We're patrons. I haven't. I'm not going to tell you when I got. It's nowhere near that. And most of them pay $1 because they.
No, the dollar was written off a long time ago, and it should be. No one should be asking people for a dollar for their patron. It's too little. Like, what's the point? If you have 200 people pay you $1, then you've got a thriving 200 people on your Patreon, and you're getting $200 a month. So, like, it's not enough to supply the Patreon with the content, because it's not enough, is it? So, like, it's like doing a job for $200 a month, like a full time, making sure patrons are serviced for $200 a month. Like, there's 200 of them, so there's a lot of them. So you're going to need to do that. But it's $200 a month. It's like, if everyone, like, you ask them to pay $2, suddenly it's $400, and they're only paying $2, but it's $400. So like, there's a big difference at your end. So you've got to set your business rates at, what you think is reasonable. And back in the day, $1 used to be reasonable. Things have changed, haven't they? So, but I doubt that Alan's got fucking loads of dollar patrons. I just doubt it. If anything, he's probably got about 30 or 40 maybe that just forgot they're signed up to him and don't care, because $1 on their monthly bill that they don't look at on their bank thing, on their, whatever, it just goes, and they just don't care. Like, how do I unsubscribe from that? Oh, I can't be asked. I'll just leave that. Fuck it. Like, he's probably got a few of them, but anyone new is £10 a pop.
Joined at the beginning and they stuck with me, but she milks them all up at $10.
Joined at the beginning and they've stuck with me. So you're saying that there's a lot of people who paid $1 at the start and forgot, yeah?
She's nuts. She even got an alarm when I come on. She said the other day, and someone told me, I had to get up in the middle of the night because
She said, someone told me. Can you believe the liar? This is funny, really. It's nice and chilled over here on Twitch. I'm just doing a chilled one. Don't have to go mad and shouting in there or anything like. This is just the liar. She told me. She did a stream yesterday, Lizzie. I watched it. So did Alan. But I can say that I watched it, and Alan can't.
on. She said the other day, and someone told me, I had to get up in the middle of the night because AD put a post up at 3 a.m. because he's in Canada. And she gets up and see what my post is. She must have a loudspeaker.
I couldn't be happier.
Swish and then whoosh.
MG sent tippies. Tippies for you lovely dude, wish you were on YouTube, but only cause I can watch YA on my telly.
Big ups.
Super chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Thank you. I just as I was saying it, I was about to, I said it's quieter over here, don't have to jump about and shout, and I was going to say, and when tippies come in, I don't have to make a big thing. Like, I wasn't expecting tippies on this more chilled side of things, and thank you for them. I'll put the tippies link into chat because it doesn't do it automatically. I might quickly change Bruce Lee was good for combative, but I don't feel combative right now, so I might quickly, while we're watching Alan, quickly change my settings. And has anyone got what do you want on the not Discord? I press Discord now. What do you want on the picture in chat? Or maybe I should offer the people who pay the choice. What do you want on the picture? Cyril Sneer. Okay, I'll have a look for that. First one, first come, first served. Stream overlay. Where is it? Animated GIF. So Cyril. Spells. You wrote it. Cyril. I should read that. Cyril. Sneer. See if it's got it. It absolutely has it. There you go. You've had your wish fulfilled. Cyril Sneer is now the tippy thing. But you can't see it unless someone does a tippy. So there you go. There is actually a button for me to press for test, but I'm not pressing it. Fuck off. I'm waiting for the tippy. Once I was 7 years old. That's a catchy song, isn't it?
Once I was 7 years old.
Yeah. What? What happened there?
Stop and see what we've posted.
Like, you know, in the film The Matrix, you know, Neo has to wake up from this matrix that he's in. You know, and you know they say that like, oh, you're getting ahead of us. Hang on, I'm way behind. You know that in the Matrix, like it's the world is all like, you know, is the world a simulation? They think our world's a simulation. Imagine if this is, and I'm like living up what, like, you know, my Matrix for some reason is creating this bollocks for me, keeping me busy. You're recording and you're so far ahead. Hang on, I'm 20 minutes behind. Is he still going on about a load of bollocks?
She must have a loudspeaker. This woman is obsessed with me. I don't.
This is going to be great for Re-Guidation Police as well, isn't it? That's. I was looking for a re the other day. You know, just like him making a daft noise like that. Phil once, like, Re is obviously a bit of, oh, well, you know, having a pop at autism. I'm not having a pop at autism. Like, Re is used as a screeching, like, really screeching, and it's like connected with a sort of derogatory pop at autism in a way. But Darkside Phil once actually said, me, Re, and he said Re by mistake, and it was just a weird thing. And here's Alan doing something just like this, just making a fucking weird noise for no reason that we can ridicule, because he's a tosser. Because he's a tosser.
This woman is obsessed with me. I don't know why. I hope it's not anything I don't want to think about. Poor woman. But she's dedicated her life to me, and that's fine. But to try to convince people I could earn $20,000 a month is not wrong. This is the woman, Jan.
You say it's not wrong.
Meredith Frost on a program, who said she was a lawyer like Claire, saying that I wasn't allowed to see some of my children because I abused them when they were young.
Touching your face there.
A lawyer like Claire, saying that.
So this bit's, is this a lie? You know, we were learning about deception on the video that we dropped, weren't we? Angry Alan and deception. Touching your face, doing this is signs of deception. I've got him on 1.25, but I don't know what's going on here. You know, this thing that's been said about him not being able to see his children anymore, like, gets signals of lying.
I wasn't allowed to
touch, like trying to pick his nose as
see
well.
some of my.
Is he on cocaine here tonight, or on some sort of amphetamine that's gone up his nose? Because this was a sort of, it looked like he wanted to mess with his nose, but then he sort of decided not to.
Program, who said she was a lawyer, like.
Wait, I'm going to put him on normal speed. Like, I wonder sometimes, like, you can get dirty, cheap cocaine in the streets these days, like, you know, and just because you're some chuffer like Alan doesn't mean you're not, like, sniffing a little half a bag, like, you know, it's possible.
But she's dedicated her life to me, and that's fine. But
no, I don't think he's on coke.
To try to convince people I could earn $20,000 a month is not wrong. This is the woman, Jan.
Although his eyes look really dilated.
Meredith Frost on a program, who said she was a lawyer like Claire.
He's definitely drunk.
Saying that I wasn't allowed to see some of my children because.
Like touching his nose like that and then touching his face. It's a bit of a weird one.
I abused them when they were young, and social services have banned me from seeing them. Absolute BS. Absolute BS. But this Lizzie was prepared to put her on there. Now, some of these people, including.
He's doing it again. One of the reasons I wonder if he's on drugs is because, like, you know, I smoke weed, but I don't make such fucking awful decisions. The worst decision I've made like comparatively, I shouldn't talk about me all the time, should I? But the worst decision I've made comparatively is to actually follow Alan and like cover him. Where I could have just focused on my own normal channel, which I can still get back to, so don't worry about that. But like, fucking hell, Alan. Like, he's doing this again. That's it now, isn't it?
It's raining again. I couldn't
There you
be
go.
happier. Swish and then whoosh.
Cyril Sneer sent tippies.
Cyril Sneer sent tippies. AD is Cyril Sneer. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you. I should have just pressed the button for you, but there you go. Thank you. I think my response to his content, you know, our big long react, he obviously watched that. Lizzie Taylor, her response, or not her response necessarily, her, you know, live stream that she did. I didn't watch it all, so I don't know if it was a response, but her live stream that she did. Also, Grumpy Granny's been on it. Grumpy Granny's getting the tech set up. Like, she's all go, which I think is really fucking cool. I think I might do a stream about how to set up to become a live streamer, react to Alan, so that we can have other people doing live reacts to him, so that I don't have to fucking cover it every day. They can do it. Set everyone up and then just watch them go. Like how to do obs and how to do your microphone. I think they know how to do their microphones. Alan doesn't. Yeah. So Cyril Sneer is the raccoons from the Raccoons. He looks like he's trying to attack me with the claw. Oh, the claw. I think that watching our reactions and all this stuff, and even leading up to today, you know, dropped another video about how bad he is. I think he might realise as well, Grumpy Granny said it, when you search, all this stuff comes up. He knows all that stuff comes up. Maybe he realises he's now no longer playing to the wider audience anymore. So even more than ever, he's like, yeah, this is true narc stuff as well. This is true narc stuff. Like, his core audience, they require some fucking hard punishment tonight. They didn't give him enough money yesterday on his big show. But the people that are watching now are the people that, like, this is it now. This 5,000, this 10,000, this, you know, obviously a load of them hate you. A bunch of them were just there to see about the Chris Watts stuff, and it turned out to be rubbish. Like, you know, some new people might have not understood, because like me, I didn't know that a load of that stuff had been debunked. Some new people might be drawn into the web. But really, what it's about is this hardcore group now need fucking pounding it in. They're bad. I'm good. He's going to go... Like, he's just going to be on this, like, someone smart, I think it was Grumpy Granny I was listening to, or it might have been Val, or it might have been Tosha. One of them said that there is no bottom to the barrel. The barrel goes, I think it was Grumpy Granny. She said the barrel has a basement and the sub-basement, and the barrel keeps going. Yeah, I think that he has reached a sort of rock bottom, but for Alan, it's a kind of rock bottom that without these other forces at play. I was thinking as well, can't we just get him off Patreon? If we can't get him off YouTube, can't we show Patreon the things he does? Like, certainly the things, the homophobic abuse, you know, when he was calling me Botty Boy all night that one time, that could get you put off Patreon. Patreon could say, sorry, we're closing your Patreon down. That'd be interesting and funny, because YouTube's a bit more like lenient on in a bigger way, but Patreon might not be. So maybe we should be complaining to Patreon instead of YouTube. And that would be hurting him a lot. But, you know, these big pillars in his life that could fall. But really, YouTube stakes. Like, he's going to be fucking churning this out now. He's going to be talking about Chris Watts forever. And he's going to be saying the trolls and the this and the that and this one and that. He's going to be doing this forever, because he's not playing to the wide audience and trying to actually grow as a channel anymore. Now it's just about this small group that are still caught in the net. Make sure that they do not escape. So whatever's working has been working for this small group is going to work for this small group. We're going to just keep doing it, and this small group are going to suffer forever, or until he just fucking dies.
And I must say, Soti and that, and Jen, they put up with this, Lizzie. Let me tell you something, Jen. You put up with Claire. You listened to Claire and believed her. You probably listen to Lizzie now and believe in her stupid figures. I bet you don't believe her about. I bet you believed about Jan Meredith Frost in the beginning, didn't you? Didn't you? Be honest. You believed her, didn't you? She's a BS old lady who should be living in a forest on her own, not talking to you guys. She's out of it, out of it. She's talking BS. And I'm not being horrible there. I wouldn't mind if she's telling the truth, but it's affecting my case. Because by telling Cohen I'm earning $20,000 a month patron, it makes him think, okay, I'll put some more money in. It's been 2.5 years, this fund. Would you put anyone under this pressure? Daily pressure. Look at Red I am. Look. Every day I wake up, the first thought is, that fund's still raising money to destroy my life. I'm 68. Every day I wake up. 2.5 years.
I thought you looked red. I thought you were actually getting really fucking exasperated by this.
Now, I wrote to Pro Justice.
And
So
again, I you know, how do I have to go over and over old ground here now? Even this, like, you know, think about the people who were hurt when their family were murdered and how you've made them feel on the internet, Alan. You're getting a small taste of that pressure, but you're not under anything like it. So go fuck yourself, your mental health. Look at you, you disgusting narcissist. This is rolling around in the rock bottom for the narcissist. This is desperate pity party. This is, you know, isn't it? Actually getting angry. Actually getting desperate.
why are you leaving this bundle? And I tell you the truth. I said, what's the maximum you think you should do on this? 60 days. They recommend 60 days is the maximum you should have fun. How much is 2.5 years? You tell me how many days, right? 2 years, 6 months is. That's how many days they've been doing it. It's downright wrong, hideous, and cruel to be doing that on this man. Forget who I am, any man, any woman, for 2 years, getting on 3 years soon, every day of his life. Now just think if that was you, and you read what he wrote. This man is this.
Yeah, but we wouldn't be getting, like, the only person who could sue me for defamation, Alan, would be you. And I would have quite a good case of proving that it's quite logical that a normal person would think you are a nonce if they saw this video of you on... This isn't doctored in any way. This is Alan and a kid on Smule, isn't it?
Once I was 7 years old. Yeah.
Yeah. Alan, yeah, if anyone saw that, they'd think you're a nonce, just like I think you're a nonce. So I think I actually get away with it legally in court.
Going to put him in the Old Bailey and put him in irons. It's not fair. So I said, well, when do you stop these things? And they said, well, once you reach your target, you can have a stretch target. Good, okay. And every month, if you don't reach the stretch target, you can have another month. So that's what they've done for 2 years. Every month, they have another month, another month, another month, another month. To you people, give them enough money to do what they want.
Again.
Well, he's 20 grand in the out. He admits to Cohen.
And then whoosh!
Leah Vinnicombe sent tippies. Now Vinny's bar gone into liquidation. I'm looking for new daddy. You can be my daddy now, Scotty the hottie. I'd let you put your MIC in my mouth. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Yeah, but you've got to pretend to be Patsy Ramsey and give me the American accent. Then I'm going to get you to pretend to be Madeleine McCann and show me how you fell off the sofa. Oh, I'm going to have a good go on you then. And then after that, I want you to pretend to be... Anyway.
He's 20 grand short. So Cohen's got to raise 20. He's got this fund on his website, Mr. Cohen, who's supposed to be a lawyer. Conflict of interest. He's got the fund on his website, raising money to get me, and he's their lawyer. And it's full of lies, right? The fund had my name on it, giving money to Frankie and many others. It's been closed down.
Do you think he just does this in his content, or do you think he does this in his life? Do you think he likes the same food every night? Do you think he likes the same things he likes? Do you think Christmas dinner has to be exactly the way Alan likes it? Oh, we're going to go to a nice restaurant for Christmas dinner this year. No, we're not. We have to have it at home. Mommis has to cook it. I want potatoes, 2 kinds, mashed and roast. Like, you know, do you think everything, like, on a set, like, the way Alan likes it, the way Alan wants it, and it doesn't change and it doesn't deviate? What's going on out there? Is it you two? Are you two all right? Obviously, I'm doing this talking. You two are all right. You two are fine. You two are good. You're good and you're good. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah.
The chat section's been closed down where you can leave a pledge and say something. That's embarrassing, Mr. Cohen. And you've still got it on your
Mr. Cohen, we've had this
site. And it's been marginalised by the very fund itself. It won't let you say anything. Embarrassing. But the thing is, what I'm saying is, they never switch it off. It's like somebody being on life support, right? And I better not say too much. There's no chance of recovering. And they can't move ever. But every month, you leave it on for another month. You leave it on, 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 you leave it on. It's cruel.
So why are you bothered if there's nothing to come from it?
What are you doing to me, Frankie? Switch it off. Switch it off. You owe 20 grand. It's not going to raise the 20 grand. Cut your losses, switch it off. I'm not pleading with you. I'm saying, as a person, what's the point? Even if you raise the 20 grand, you've still got to raise another 50 grand to take me to court.
No. No.
And then when you take me to court, I haven't got any money. Now, I understand the idea is you get everyone to pay the legal expenses and you pocket whatever I've got to give you. So that way, you make a profit, right? It doesn't matter the people who give the money. They gave money to get me off of YouTube. This isn't to get me off YouTube. It's just about money. If it's not about money, I think it's about money.
Dover and Dolly's mom, who's not here tonight, she's business, but I hope she's having a nice time. She said something quite insightful, which was that if the police or whoever if the bailiffs come and take your PC and your laptop and your nice microphone, then you won't be able to do any YouTube videos with you. You're just a man and a phone. But if they take your phone and you can't afford to pay your phone bill, then you're just a man, and then you can't be on the internet.
It's all about money. If I gave them 100 grand, it will be over today. I can't do it. I don't have the money. So that's that point. I hope you understand that. So that Claire Morgan's lies were dangerous. She pretended to be a lawyer. She's still pretending to be a lawyer. Frankie's mother says she's a lawyer. That's a lie. Now, you can sue me for that. That's a lie. She's not a lawyer. Although the family still protect her, and Frankie and her mother say she's a lawyer. She's not. Jan Meredith Frost is not a lawyer. That's a lie. The figures that Lizzie's putting out are lies. He's following the pattern here. To say he hasn't got a criminal record, that's a lie. His mother says he hasn't got a criminal record. And people like Val and Battery Boy make things worse by looking at sexual aspects that don't exist. I haven't had a sexual partner. I can't say this. I've never been out with a girl. I've been out with a girl for 3 years.
What's this face? A girl or a child or a boy or a little boy? Have you had sex with a little boy then? Is that what's happened? What's this face of absolute glee? Like, if I were to tell people that I haven't had a sexual partner in some time, it would be a disappointment to me inside. Like, I actually haven't had a sexual partner for some time. It is a disappointment to me inside. What's this face of glee? It's either duper's delight, maximum, or there's something else weird and creepy about it as well. Like, I don't understand. Like, the thing that we're saying, Alan, is not that you've not had a girlfriend. It's that 3 years ago, confirmed you were singing with kids on an app, on an app that was you used to enable you to get live in with the kids. Other paedophiles use it as an avenue to get live in with the kids and then follow it up with noncing the kids. Like, I think you're selling cheese pizza behind the scenes on apps, using it to make money. And I think you're like, in some way, like messing about on the internet with cheese pizza. Because here's the circumstantial evidence that points that way. A bit like that suitcase in Chris Watts' bedroom. Yeah. Fucking horrible noncer. Not that man. He's having a nice time out there in the woods. Don't worry about him. This man.
That's how I'm interested in sex. I haven't been able to go for 3 years. I haven't had a sexual
This is normal speed.
worse by looking at sexual aspects that don't exist.
Okay, first of all, sexual aspects that don't exist. Got a raise of the eyebrow. It's real small. Like, I'm body languaging him now, yeah? And I say I don't do it because Alan has got, look at this. Okay, we're starting from his condescension, snarl, like a sneer. A condescension when he's talking about Val and Battery Boy, yeah?
Sexual aspects that don't exist.
And, oh, sorry, sexual aspects. That got the sneer and the snarl. Fucking hell, I thought this... Oh my God. You were such a monster. You're such a monster.
And people like Val and Battery Boy make things worse.
Yeah.
By looking at sexual...
By looking at sexual aspects... Make things worse. There's a snarl and a sneer. Snarl. Worse.
Don't exist.
Sexual aspects that don't exist. He says it all so quickly. Okay, I'm going to slow him down. Slow him down.
People like Val and Battery Boy make things worse.
So... We look over here.
By looking at sex.
I believe that was looking at his notes, not, you know, neurolinguistic programming and looking and thinking. I believe that was looking at his notes. But it's trying to avoid, like, mentally the thing he's about to say. It's like getting a mental break from it during the process of saying it. Just like an avoidance. Yeah, big ups. Like that, I don't think that was Alan saying that thing about China. He was describing something that Chris Watts had said, but I clipped it to make it look like that. Really, I shouldn't have done that clip because I thought it was weird at the time as well, but I only found out later. But it's wrong to clip him out of context to make him look strange because then it invalidates the real stuff that I actually do. But it was just a bit of a weird clip, yeah. The sexual aspects that don't exist. He's actually doing this with his hands. Down here. Like it's kind of open gesture, but also a defensive one. Like I'm trying to manage things. I would say he doesn't feel confident to show open and honesty. Like he might know this, yeah, and so he might be deliberately, like he might have practiced this. I'm going to say the sexual things don't exist, and I'm going to do this, and it's going to mean that I'm honest. Like you know how Alan is a con man. Like that's the first thing that comes up on the internet. Most people use this gesture unconsciously when trying to prove they're honest. Trying to prove, not necessarily because they are honest. Like when, it's the problem I've got is that he's holding it under the table as well. Like he's like holding it like where we can't really see it, out and down here. Like if someone brings it up like this, I feel like we saw it in Penny's testimony when she was talking about Nicola Bullis in that one. She brought her hands up like this. I see it as that I've exhausted all things to say and I've just haven't got, and I'm don't know, I'm innocent, whatever. Like I see it in that way. But down here and out to the sides, I don't see it in the same way. I think he might be either consciously doing it or it's some form of like trying to corral and gain control of a situation. But the eyebrow raised. So this is why Alan, as a narcissist especially, and also as a poker player, is a different kind of read, because this is the poker face. This is the, I'm going to tell you something, I'm going to look straight on at you when I tell it you, and I'm going to give you this hand sign to say that I'm honest. I'm not going to do any other like weird little tells. And then there was only like a twitch of the eyebrow that gave it away that there's something else like troubling under the surface. There's like this little like ripple on the surface that shows what's underneath being held down, so to speak.
Sexual aspects that don't exist.
That don't exist gets the eyebrow right, a slight raise.
I am the sexual podcast.
And it falls apart here when he looks across and away. What's he looking at? Is he? I don't think he's. Is he thinking, you know, neurolinguistic programming, and I've got to look over in this direction as if I'm going to look correct, or is he like? Is he looking at? I think he's looking at something like another screen or something like that gives him comfort in some way, that like breaks him out of the situation where he's dealing with the thing, and I could just get to look over here and read chat, and then I'm over here, and then I just go over here and read chat. Like it became too much of a cognitive problem for him to say the correct words and act the correct body language. So he said the wrong words.
I haven't had a sexual part. I can't say this. I've never been out with a girl. I haven't been out with a girl for 3 years.
See what I mean? I can't say this. I've never been out with a girl. I haven't been out with a girl for 3 years. Like what? Why was that not, like, you're making a straight up denial of something weird, like, you know, being a sex predator. And instead of just saying, it's ridiculous, of course I'm not a sex predator. Instead of saying that, right? You've said, I've not been out with a girl. I've never been out with a girl for 5 years, for 3. You know, it's just fucking weird. And I think it's the cognitive stress of trying to do the body language like that you've looked on the internet. He thinks people look you in the eye. He thinks they do this with the hands. Like, you know, he thinks that you're not going to catch me out looking like a liar by studying my body language. But the problem is we can also study the things that you say. In the same way as the read technique has been, you know, put off the menu, hasn't it, recently? But in the same way as in the read technique, they will get on your side, lock in a story, and then try and go over it and catch you out in your lies. Here, Alan catches himself out in his own lies immediately by saying something that doesn't make any sense, and then saying something else that's a lie, and then correcting it all the way along. Bang, 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 bang. Like, it's fucking weird. I really want to break this
Backstreet
down.
Boy make things worse by looking at sexual aspects that don't exist.
By looking at sexual aspects that don't exist. I mean, he means this, doesn't he? Or does he mean that I'd say that he masturbates over Nicole Kessinger as well? You know, is it that? Or is it the his own children? I think it's that he's a nonce. I think that's the thing he's defending himself on here. Maybe in chat, you know, you can tell me, do you think there are other sexual aspects that don't exist that I focus on that make him cross, the battery boy? Do you think it's the children thing?
People like Val and Backstreet Boy make things worse by looking at sexual aspects that don't exist. I haven't had a sexual partner. I can't say this.
I haven't had a sexual partner. Oh, I can't say this. He means I can't say this on YouTube, does he? You know, I can't talk about sex on YouTube. Or does he mean if I'm telling the truth, I can't say that because I have had sex? Or does he mean I'm going to tell the truth, so I can't say this because it's a lie? Like, it's weird to say I can't say this. His stream's gone quiet. What, him live? Hang on, let me skip on live. I shouldn't do this because I'm losing my place and I'm like right in it.
Now I want you to check £1 a month with Baby Pics app.
Oh, look what he's doing. Oh no. Okay, he's got 400 watching him, and he's had 50 from Kathy T. Another 50 for Kathy T. So someone's giving him 100, but broken in 2 halves. I don't know who Kathy T is. I've never heard of her before. She is a member, but I've never heard of her before. She seems moved to give him £100 tonight in 2 halves. They never go for, like, you know, you can actually go bigger than 100. I'm not asking for this, right? But you know you can, is that they always do it in these little dribs and drabs, which makes me really think it's like money laundering. Set up a little account on your phone, pay him a little bit of money through the phone thing. He's had money. But can you follow it up and see where he's had it and who's had it off? No, it was just a YouTube donation. It just goes in with the pool of YouTube donations, and then YouTube pay Alan later. So he's not directly had the money from Kathy. So if, for example, Kathy was some false account that had bought some cheese pizza off Alan, you know, he sent over the files, they've downloaded the pictures, or they want the pictures, so they send him the monies, you know, and Alan's had the monies and they get the pictures, but it's not connected and there's no, you know, could it be that? It feels like money laundering in a way, the way he gets his monies. Like, you know, he doesn't have like lots of people giving him small amounts of money and it adds up. He's got like 1 or 2 people, and these people now, it's not Nancy, but it's Kathy. And that's, trust me, it's not Nancy, honestly, it's Kathy. It might be that Kathy has dropped by with $100. She might have been normally there, regular. I don't know, but it feels more like money laundering, and that someone's just got a bunch of fake accounts, sock accounts, and they just tip him 50, 100, 50, 50, 100, 50, 50, 100. I don't like what he's doing on his stream at the moment, so I'm going to go back to psychoanalyzing his bullshit.
Anyway, so that's not the point. The point is, they are making a stand for the truth, and they hate me.
Where was
They
I?
hate me. Fine. My children, because I abused them when they were young, and social services have banned me from seeing them. Absolute BS. A lawyer, conflict of interest. He's got the fund on his website. That's that point. I hope you understand that. So that Claire Morgan's lies were dangerous. She pretended to be a lawyer. She's still pretending to be a lawyer. Frankie's mother says she's a lie. The figures that Lizzie's putting out are lies. You can't tell me not to talk about the bully case, the Watts case. Month, if you don't reach the stretch target, website raising money to get. But the thing is, what I'm saying is, they never switch it off. You leave it on, you leave it on, you leave it on. So that's that point. I hope you understand that. So that Claire Morgan's lies were dangerous. 100 grand. Jack the Ripper. You can't tell me anything. I haven't had a sexual part. I can't say this.
It's like watching Regardation Police, and all I'm doing is skipping around his own stream, trying to find this bit.
And people like Val and Backstreet Boy make things worse by looking at sexual aspects.
Oh, by looking at sexual aspects. You see, I thought this wasn't open hands honest. He's moved it to over here. See that? He shifted in his chair and moved it to over here.
Val and Backstreet Boy make...
He's doing something here under that you can't see. He's doing this and this. Like, I can't see these hand gestures.
And people like Val and Backstreet Boy...
And he's probably leaning on his elbow.
Boy make things worse by looking at sexual...
And so he has to get up off his elbow, and now he moves that over here.
Aspects that don't exist. I haven't had a sexual part... I can't say this. I've never been out with a girl. I haven't been out with a girl for 3 years.
I've never been out with a girl. In public. I don't know. I'm trying to finish off that sentence. I'd never been out with a girl. Where were you going with that?
Sexual aspects that don't exist. I haven't had a sexual part... I can't say this.
I can't say this.
I've never been out with a girl.
I've never been out with a girl. Now, I think what he's trying to say is he wanted to say, I haven't had sex for 3 years, right? But he feels like he couldn't say that on YouTube because of, like, you know, you get demonetized. So instead he said, I've not been out with a girl for 3 years. You know, he's tried to say that, but it comes out in this fucking clumsy and weird way. So maybe there's something dodgy going on behind the scenes, because we're accusing you of being a nonce because of the evidence of you being a nonce. And so you not having a girlfriend makes you look more like a nonce, if anything.
I haven't been out with a girl for 3 years.
Right. And why that, like, gleeful, joyful, but you've been getting your end away. You've been doing some sexual activity, but you being able to say, in court, Your Honour,
I've never been out with a girl. I haven't been out with a girl for 3 years.
I haven't been out with a girl for 3 years, Your Honour. That's the truth. Yeah, he's in his head, you know, he's like, okay, I can't say this, but I could say it in this way. So paraphrasing it in a different, like, I could say it in this way. That's why he couldn't say he's not had sex, because he has had sex. Who with? A boy? I mean, this is so weird the way he's done. Like, do you understand? I'm sure everyone understands why I find it, number one, difficult to analyse Alan on the fly as a narcissist. His body language is different. Number two, there are some times where I find that I can definitely, like, pin him. I can be like, I'm not going to reveal those in internet videos doing the body language on Alan, because I want him to not know what I know so that I can pin him on them. But in some other times, and that's why I wanted to slow this one down and have a look at it, I find them an extraordinary collection of body language. Extraordinary. And that's because he is an extraordinary guy in some ways, as a massive fucking weird narcissist fucking nonce. Like, it's almost like shock as well, though. Like, I see it as glee. I see it as extreme satisfaction and glee. Big smile. Duper's delight, coupled with the thing that he's thinking about, the sex. You know, you can't be talking about sex like this and thinking about that time you had sex that you're not going to say it, and then say it, and then not, you know, it's that. There's something in his head. Either he's not had any sex and he's not thinking about any times of any sex, or something sexual has happened and he's thinking about it and it's filling him with this joy and glee. That's my read on it. And again, not having had sex with a woman, I would say woman, he says girl, doesn't preclude other people that you've had sex with, boys, and it doesn't mean that you're not a nonce, because not having had sex doesn't mean that you haven't done sexual abuse or like taken photographs of other people doing sex or masturbated. I'm saying these words now, I mean they're just words, but you know what I'm saying? Like, fucking hell, Alan, like, it doesn't sound like the straight up out and out denial that you would hope for in someone who was completely innocent of any wrongdoing. But then the problem is he's not completely innocent of any wrongdoing. We've got the evidence. So he's going up against that.
That's how I'm interested in sex. I haven't been able to go for 3 years.
That's how I'm interested in sex. You mean that's how not interested in sex you are? Getting your words all jumbled. Why would you not be interested in sex? Like, not at all. So you just don't want to have a sexual romantic partner in the future then? Like, I thought you were looking for a wifey on your streams the other day, you know, asking about with the... That's absolute, pure out and out rambling deception. Rambling deception. It's adding supportive statements that don't make enough sense, that it couldn't even come out coherently. It's deception. And it should be, because the man should have a sex drive, surely. Like, I don't know how long, like, you know, when it, like, ticks off, when it, you know, do you know what I mean? I don't know when it gives up. But, like, if you just don't want to have sex at all and you're just like, that's it for you, fair enough. But, like, it feels to me like this is a weird thing to have said.
Or a man, either, okay?
Or a man either.
I'm not bisexual, I'm not anything. I'm asexual.
Fucking hell, man. Oh. This is the worst. This is the worst denial of noncery I've ever seen in my life. And I'm so glad that he's done it. I'm glad you're recording it, Slinky, in case he deletes this, because I will want to react to this again in the future. I will want to make a specific video called Angry Alan is Not a Nonce Part 2. And this, like, a review of this statement. I'm going to get other people on it as well. I'm going to try and get Steve on it. Like, what is he talking about? How is he saying this on his live stream? Asexual. So you have no gender. Well, you don't procreate through... Isn't asexual when you procreate with yourself? Asexual deviant. I'm having to take my thingy off now, my hood off. This has done it to me. Alan is a... What? Or is he going to have a laugh about this? Or it's to come out of his mouth? Is it a jokey? Hang on.
I'm asexual. I've done it, been there, done it. Gone.
Not joking then. And followed up with an admission that he's done it. Been there and done it. What? The noncing that we're accusing you of? Because this is your denial. And in your denial, you're saying, yeah, I've been there, done that. Asexual is where you don't want sex. It's all one word. Listen, it's all one word. There's... someone who does not experience sexual attraction towards any gender, but like not even in human terms. Like, I thought it was a biological term, like asexual. I think of it in this biological term, biology. Asexual. Like, you can have asexual reproduction, which means that you do it on yourself. It doesn't involve the fusion of gametes, so you just like spawn your own offspring out of yourself. Asexual reproduction. That's what I think when I think of asexual. Anyway, I suppose in the modern age, like, you know, when everyone's got different ways to describe their sexuality, maybe it's also a descriptor of sexuality as well. Then, yeah, like just not wanting any sex. But again, like, is that it then? The answer to why you're a nonce, or not a nonce, sorry, is that you just don't want to have sex. So there's no way you could have been doing any noncing because you don't even jerk it. And like, you know, I've said he was jerking off over those kids that he uploaded those videos of the other day, didn't I? That kind of been happening now because Alan simply doesn't jerk it. Alan just is dead down there. Just flaccid. It just, when he's saying nice hair, he's thinking about your hair. He's not, there's no sexual urges from this man. Therefore, he can't be a sexual predator. Why don't we let him? This man would make a very good childminder then, probably. This man would make a very good school teacher. What?
The figures that Lizzie's putting out are lies. He's following the pattern here. To say he hasn't got a criminal record, sexual aspects are done. And people like Val and Backstreet Boy make things worse by looking at sexual aspects that don't exist.
Oh, wait, I'm going to record this. Hang on.
Record. That's a lie. His mother says he hasn't got a criminal record.
Right.
And people like Val and Backstreet Boy make things worse by looking at sexual aspects that don't exist. I haven't had a sexual part. I can't say this. I've never been out with a girl. I haven't been out with a girl for 3 years. That's how I'm interested in sex. I haven't been out with a girl for 3 years, or a man either. Okay, I'm not bisexual. I'm not anything. I'm asexual. I'm asexual. I've done it, been there, done it, gone. I'm owed. I'm not bothered. I'm being a bit honest there, aren't I? But anyway. So it's got to stop, isn't it? There's no point to it anymore.
Right, I've recorded that one. I'm just going to get that one up on X. Actually, I should have spoken to Steve about. Oh, it's off week next week, isn't it? We know what we're doing anyway. We'll be all right with us. Should have spoken to him more in the week. I'm just going to get that up, and I'm just going to be like, at Steve of the Dead. Hang on. Oh, do shut up. Oh, do. There you go. At Steve. Psychologize. Hang on, psychoanalyze this. Psychoanalyze this. Post that.
And people like Val and Backstreet Boy make things worse by looking at sexual aspects that don't exist. I haven't had a sexual part. I can't say this. I've never been out with a girl. I haven't been out with a girl for 3 years. That's how I'm interested in sex. I haven't been out with a girl for 3 years, or a man either. Okay, I'm not bisexual. I'm not anything. I'm asexual. I'm asexual. I've done it, been there, done it, gone. I'm owed. I'm not bothered.
Fucking hell.
Being a bit honest there, aren't I? But anyway.
Fucking hell. Like, fucking hell. I keep pressing this by mistake, but it's good because it's nice looking out over there, thinking about that sugar that we were watching earlier. That sweet, sweet sugar. Alan's into sweet, sweet candy. Fucking hell. This is such a car crash of an episode for Alan. Like, it's such a bad showing. Like, he would have been so much better off to let that last video that he did sit. Yeah, let it rest. Reap whatever rewards he was getting from it, like the increased view on it, whatever. Just let it rest. Like, take some time to think about his next move. Instead of immediately trying to capitalise, immediately trying to jump back on the horse, immediately having, instead of rested, recuperated, probably, as we say, had a sleep in the evening, being as he was drunk on the sofa, woke up and been like, whoa, still a bit drunk, but it's time for the show. This is not like, he's not making good moves to go on. I mean, what did he just say? Why did he just say that? How awful. I'm going to psychoanalyze it deeper and more later on, I think, because I've given you like a bit. I like to pour over that and make a video out of that. I can put together the nonce accusations in the video. Like, again, like say, this is where this came from, and this is why he's saying that I'm making it sexual. I can put in my song about his daughter so that everyone's heard that if they need to. I could probably do with going back and clipping the bit where he said he made sex out about my daughter, but I could probably find loads of clips of him saying that. So like, I could make a neat video out of that and then talk about his response to it, which is that, and that was just like the worst response I've ever heard to it. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's just like, what the fuck is he on about?
So it's got to stop, isn't it? There's no point to it anymore. You're not going to gain kudos or pats on the back from Frankie by running me down anymore. It's finished.
I don't get any pats on the back by Frankie. I don't know who Frankie is. I've never spoken to him. Like, you know, I have my feelings about his tragedy that his family went through. Like, obviously, I've got feelings about that. I think it's sad, and like, I think I feel sorry for him. But that's about as far as me and Frankie and our like interaction goes. Do you think that's why Nancy's disappeared? He's told her he's not interested in sex with her. Do you think that's it? Do you think she was like pushing for a bit of the Allen wand, and then he told her that it was out of commission, and she's decided to fuck it off? I don't know. The mystery of Nancy he will take to his grave, I'm sure. But there are differing theories out there. Granny's paying for his hookers. Yeah, although, like I say, Granny B, I think there's an actual possibility that Alan might get his own fair share of the monies from the hookers by keeping one trapped in a room. So I heard a story about people who got someone shipped over from a third world country. No, I heard a story. This isn't about Alan. This isn't about me or anyone. Like, you know, this is one of those stories you hear in the pub, but about people who got, like, that dirty bastard got someone shipped in from a third world country, and they keep them in a flat and, like, you know, stuff like that. Alan might have someone in that dark room, black bed, black floors. You know, he might have someone kept somewhere that is trapped as part of a sex trade, and he might not be the Mr. Big, but he might be holding the keys or taking the monies or, you know, making the bookings, getting his own little go on it once a week. Who knows? That could be Alan's style, but yeah.
It's cool.
I don't think he'd be interested in grown women who go around taking monies for sex, because they'd be much more like worldly wise and like I see him as a bully in that context. Although he probably likes to like dress in a nappy and then do the bullying as well.
Okay, you can't
you
tell me not to talk about the bully case, the Watts case, John Bennett Ramsey, Jack the Ripper. You can't tell me not. You can't tell me anything, because I'm living in a free world. And these people in my chat are watching me because they want to. They're not being charged a penny. Not one of them is being charged a penny to watch me. And they can come and go at any time. And they deserve the right to be in the chat.
Except on Patreon, where you fucking charge them, and it's all a big grift to get them to pay you money to watch you. That's the whole fucking point. Oh my God.
To talk to each other and be my community without being hassled by all these, I don't know what to call them, poorly people who were banded up by Shanann's family to destroy me, but nobody else. Don't you see all the videos getting 1 million views about Kessinger? Don't you see them? I get 5,000-10,000. There's people with 2 weeks ago with them 2 million views on Kessinger. But you're not bothered about that, are you? Because it's just me. It's just me. It's personal, witch hunt, and it's got to stop. And now, I want to thank Genetic Code again. On our shows tonight, someone sent me a screenshot, and I will show you it. It's real. I don't know if you can read it. That's the thing. No one get to read it. It's important you can see what it says. Okay, there it is. Okay, you read it. It's a real screenshot from Sandra Rousset.
Alan, you're a fucking idiot. The video that had the 2 million views as well, yeah? Right? What video had 10k? Alan's recent, you know, his the big one that he built up and built up and built up, and the big one. The live stream, it's nearly approaching 10k. Like, he's getting nearly 500 tonight for a follow-up on it. But that one, new proof what really happened between Chris Watts and Shanann, 9,000 views. Like, it's not done what he wanted it to, obviously. He just said, I'm getting 5 and 10,000 views. They're getting fucking loads of those. I would consider 10,000 views to be quite good, to be honest, considering he had a load of shit content and there's nothing there. And like, I'm considering that he's getting a few watching him tonight to be quite good, considering a load of shit he's doing tonight as well. But that's like, this is what I mean about bottom of the barrel for Alan. Like, you know, there will always be approximately, you know, a bunch of people who are interested enough to find some clickbaity rubbish about Shanann and Chris Watts. Always be somebody looking for some new appetite for something about Nicole Kessinger, and Alan will always be there to provide. But it's never going to, you know, it's not going to be big. The reason that other video got the 10,000 views, and this is the thing about it, right? We said it before, but I'll quickly just say it again. This channel, Criminal Minds, Behind Criminal Minds, that did it, and their follow-up to it, watch this. If you go to their videos, their new video is about someone else over here on the left that you can't quite see. It says Andrea Yates, the crime that changed mental health care forever. They've done a new video about someone else, and the previous video before that was about somebody else. And these videos are down here about somebody else. There's one about Chris Watts there, and now there's been another one or two about him. But they're not constantly banging it every day, pretending they've found something new every day. Like, they're making a true crime channel. Alan's got nothing. Obviously, you understand that I've been on the internet a long time, and Sandra Rusick has nothing to do with me or my streams.
I'm not sure if you can read it.
No, we can't, Alan. But if you tilt it down enough, we'll be able to see your screen.
I'll read it to you. You can see it on genetic codes. Sandra Rusick.
Like that. Don't tell me you've got your actual own stream open. Or is this what StreamYard looks like? Like, if you've got your own stream open in a window on your desktop, is that what you've got? Is that where we're at? This must be StreamYard. It can't be... No, this must be StreamYard, mustn't it? This must be what it looks like. Is it a desktop thing, like a browser thing? Is it not its own app? I don't know, anyway. I think that's what that is. It looks like it's his own screen and his own chat. And then some windows, you know, some tabs at the top. But we don't get a good quality view of the tabs, do we? Do we? Just move it down a little bit more. Oh, no, you're moving it at the same time. There are tabs there, but they're going to be very difficult to see because of Alan's, you know, quality of his uploading. At least he didn't have a picture of a child on there, eh? You know, at least it wasn't some fucking horrible child pornography that was on there when he did that. The idiot.
You just see this.
On his other screen, on the right hand side, over here, there is something a bit strange though. Because it looks like a little picture of a dwarf with a little hat on holding a hammer and a spider. And at the top it looks like Halloweeny spiders or something. I've got no idea what the fuck is on the other... I'm assuming that's another screen and not just something further off to the side. But he's got two screens adjacent to each other, hasn't he? And on that one there's some sort of... I think it must be a casino game. It must be like a roulette game or something like that. They dress up the sides of the screen with like pictures of things. It's like a spider and a little gnome. Look, you can see there's the gnome and there's the spider at the top. Like, and it's the border of something. There's something black in the middle, which I assume will be the roulette game wheel. Poker room, you're saying. A poker room. A spider and a dwarf. Like, you know, it's some sort of themed game. It looks like a game, but obviously he won't be playing games, will he? So, or maybe it's like some kids' chat room or something, like the kids use. I don't know, but you can see it there again, can't you, more clearly now? So accidentally showing us your screens there, Alan. Thanks.
You're gonna have to believe me, right? I can't get it. If anybody can see what it says, let me know.
It says, Alan Vinnicombe, the armchair detective, is not a man. He's the worst example of a man I've ever seen.
When it's in the right.
He's a clown.
It's so important. Is that it?
A horrible. He's like Ed Guy in the Clown, though, isn't he? He's a horrible clown underneath. Like, you know, he's a horrible, stinky of piss and vinegar and vodka clown. Like, he stinks of piss, gin, and vinegar. That's the sort of clown he is.
Can you read it now? There you go. I'm not lying. I'm not lying, but Sandra is. Your son has a criminal record. You can't sue me for the truth. It's time to leave me alone. It's time to leave me alone. Isn't it? That's very important screenshot. That would be, if ever it goes to court, guys,
What did it say?
just behind the cross.
Oh, he said you can read it on genetic codes. You didn't read it, did he?
It's time to leave me alone.
Look at him, like... What is this man doing? Come on, show me that. What is that? What is that? Come on. This is the Twitch stream, so I'm allowed to go as slow as I want here. Slow as I want. I've got all night. I've got all night. Slow as you like. This is the Twitch stream. I've got all fucking night. Right. Maybe I should order some fucking takeaway food so I don't have to worry about doing that. Mind you, I've got some Beyond Meat balls defrosted, so I can make myself a nice Beyond Meat ball ensemble. I'm really looking over here at this side at the reflection. So it's reflected and it looks like there's something... Wait, get my mouse on. See over here, like this is the reflection. So this is the little gnome's hat. That's the little gnome. And we're getting to see a bit more of the screen on this side. And it looks like there's some words that come this way. And it looks like that might be an E backwards and an N and a something. But I might be wrong. Something N-E-J-N-E maybe. Or no, because that looks like if it was reversed. Actually, I can just reverse it, can't I? Edit, transform, flip horizontal. So that's the right way round. It says 1. Or something ending in O-N-E. Or done. It could say done. Or something like that. Getting a little view of the phone there from Angry Alan, which reflects his computer screen and shows us he's probably playing some sort of gambling game. But we were close. I mean, I don't know exactly. Big ups, Gwenny B. Look at all those tier subs. Look at that. It's raining subs. It's raining subs. Look at that. Thank you, Gwenny B. Thank you. Thank you. Look at all those people getting subs as well. Lucky yous.
That's very important screenshot. That would be, if ever it goes to court, guys, come on.
Thank you, Gwenny B. Thank you.
You can't raise money on a lawyer's website, can you? And tell lies about this old man. Okay, you may think I'm telling lies. No, I'm not. I have an opinion that Nicola Kessinger was there that night. That's my opinion. How's that any different from someone saying KFJ was killed by the CIA? What's the difference? None.
Because... Oh, wait. What was... I didn't even listen to the 2 examples, but I know that one being JFK was killed by the CIA. CIA was a slightly different context.
If ever it goes to court, guys, come on. You can't raise money on a lawyer's website, can you? And tell lies about this old man. Okay, you may think I'm telling lies. No, I'm not. I have an opinion that Nicola Kessinger was there that night. That's my opinion. How's that any different from someone saying KFJ was killed by the CIA? What's the difference? None.
I don't think you're being sued for saying that Nicole Kessinger was there. No, the difference, Alan, is... Okay, the difference... I mean, I don't need to take this as a question, do I? But I think we all understand that when you say things in public, you are then responsible for the things you've said. So, like, you know, God help me if this comes back to bite me, getting sued by Paul Ansel or some shit. But, like, I think there's a marked difference. Marked difference, isn't there? I mean, in fact, I'm not even going to break it down. And like, you in your own soul know the difference between what Alan's doing, going on and on and on and on and on and on and on about the deaths of these children for money. Oh no, he's going on and on about Nicole Kessinger for money. All right, whatever. And people having conspiracy theories about something that happened a long, long time ago. Now,
none. Some people believe that. Some people don't. I believe NK was there. Millions of people believe me. Millions of people don't. How's that?
Millions of people believe you. What do you mean? There's not a jury of millions.
Make me public enemy number one.
Shifting the
world we live in.
goalposts.
It really doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't hold water. And to sue somebody, you have to prove that you can't earn any money because what I've said is so bad. So let's get on with the show. Oh, one final thing. There's a lady in Alaska called Shirley or something. I swear to God, I didn't have a clue who you were until 2 weeks ago. I know you're all going to say, yeah, he knew she was. She's not famous to me. I only know people that got a channel. I've never seen her channel. I've never heard of her until she was saying things about me 2 weeks ago. And I understand she's a very strong woman.
He touched the microphone. Look, he had to literally... Look at this. He's had to literally lean over there. Slightly behind him. Slightly over there. Okay, here's my prediction. Here's my analysis of this. Alan has got the microphone on a stand. The man is an idiot. Where's my reset transform? The man is a cartoon clown. But he's not, like I said, just one of those cartoon clowns where you can have a laugh and then so what? He's a cartoon clown where he's actually dangerous. Like, you could crash the car and kill all the kids. He could, or he might do malicious things and horrible things as well. Don't forget that. Don't forget that while he's pretending to be a buffoon. A bit like Boris Johnson. He's got it on a stand. You can see the stand. Okay? He's got it on a stand. Like a tripod, like a stand like this. Yeah? Like a tripod-y stand. And that won't go on the table because it's too big. So there are other options for putting a microphone or something on a table in front of you. There are definitely other options. Oh, this thing, look. Are you telling me that you've got your microphone on, like, a light stand, and that's why it's over to the side? Because you can't put it on the table in front of you because you don't have the right to sort of stand for it. I mean, surely it came with that. I'm telling you, the microphone came with a stand that would put it in front of you, unless you bought some weird cheap Chinese like knockoff that didn't come with a stand, or got it given to you by somebody else around the corner, or, you know, someone's kid doesn't play on their Xbox anymore. Do you want the microphone they used to use? Like, do you know what I mean? Is it, where have you got this microphone from that it doesn't come with its like designated stand to just stand it in front of you? And why have you put it on a speaker stand? Because it won't, the speaker stand can't get close to you from the table. The table's in the way, isn't it, Alan? That's what's happening, isn't it, Alan? It's the table, isn't it, Alan? You've got it on a stand and it won't come any closer. That's what it is, isn't it? You know, we keep going on about this microphone. Why won't you put the microphone in front of your face? It's because he believes, and again, this won't be his fault. Alan won't take responsibility for this, but he thinks it's simply impossible with this setup. So it has to go over there. Why did he feel the need to touch it at this moment as well? I don't understand. Like, his adjustment is, it doesn't do anything. Like, his adjustment makes no... Like, he's not adjusting it, is he? Like, what's he doing? Quickly just touch that there and then that's fixed. Maybe he just likes the feel and shape of it. Like, it's buffoonery of the highest order.
You know, people that got a channel. I've never seen her channel. I've never heard of her until she was saying things about me 2 weeks ago. And I understand.
I think he was talking about the salty nuts. They're just not worth the time of day.
And she's a very strong woman, and I better watch it. I couldn't care less.
Yeah.
Whatever she says about me is from Lizzie or a lie. It doesn't matter.
So why are you talking about it in this way?
Or her opinion, which she's entitled to. So good luck, show. I honestly promise you, I don't lie about these things. If I knew about you, I'd tell you. Kaka and Elizabeth in chat will tell you I had to ask him who she was. I didn't know where she was from even. I didn't even know where she's from. I guessed Canada.
I guessed Canada. What are you on about? You just said Alaska a minute ago. How would you need to know where people are from? Like, do you know what I mean? How do you need to know where people are from? You mean, when you do know who people are, like Lizzie or whomever, you then seek to find out where they're from, where they live, what can we get into their personal life?
I don't know. But anyway, so I found out, and I know her name now, but I'm not going to tell you her name because I'm not that type of person. I know her name and where she's from, but I'm never going to tell you.
So now you know her personal details all of a sudden. Does any, like, obviously you all understand why this is fucking weird, yeah? Like, I'm glad I'm doing this on my B-side channel anyway, not even on the B-side channel. I mean, it goes uploaded to the B-side channel, this one, but I'm glad I'm doing this on Twitch because I just feel more relaxed and chilled. I'm having a chilled evening, but like, what? Am I getting too chilled? Am I smoking too much? You are suggesting that after just a couple of days of knowing who this lady is that's been talking about you, you now know where she lives, what her personal details are. You're not bothered about her, but you've decided to... effectively, that's stalking, isn't it? It takes on a new level. Like, mind you, I'm always telling you that Alan lives in Exmouth because I know where Alan lives in Exmouth. But that's different. You know, me and Alan... I told you before, I'm not going to make a big deal out of this sort of shit because I don't think it is a big deal that I need to make, but Alan did dox my family. You know, one of his minions. They did their little bit of work on me. Typed things into Google, got the wrong answer. Got confused. You know, they did a little bit of work on me, the idiots. But this is just total, horrible, nasty, putrid. Not a nice person.
I never do that. I just want to say that I don't like her
Jigsy Wigsy, read it out loud.
alluding to the idea
Well, you don't have to read it out loud. It looks like it says it there. I don't think it really is there. It just says penis in it.
that I'm a sex offender. That really bugs me.
Oh, well, hang on, wait. I wasn't paying attention.
Never do that. I just want to say that I don't like her alluding to the idea that I'm a sex offender. That really bugs me of all the things. Do what you like to me. Call me a con man, a crook, but don't put me in that category. I'm a grandfather.
And a nonce. Sex offending nonce.
I love my kids.
You love your kids. You love your kids.
Once I was 7 years old.
You love your kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, you love your kids. Yeah. Dr. Nonsonberger.
I love my grandchildren.
Oh, he's saying he's admitting everything else apart from being a sex offender. No, what he thinks is that the people that he's appealing to here. Do you remember I said earlier he's hard bashing the core audience tonight? Yeah, like these people have talked about Alan behind his back for years and said bad things about him and held him to account. And you know, you've got your genetic toad and people like that, right? But recently there's been a schism, or it might not even be so recent, but there's a schism between them, and they don't like Martin Dean, they don't like Val, they don't like Tosha. Like there's like the truther community. I hate using the term truther community because there's a wider context on YouTube. There's a truther community, like they believe in conspiracy theories and stuff. But the Alan truther community, who sprang up to hold Alan to account for all of his nonsense, they're split into two different factions. There's the Rusick supporters and the non-Rusick supporters. Yeah, and that's set like they all hate Alan, but some of them think that Rusick is good and should take Alan, and the others think that Rusick has been stealing the money on the crowdfund and they still hate Alan, but not as much on this subject where they also hate Rusick and these other people. It's like a factions thing. And so what Alan's trying to do is, whilst that's happening, these people are talking about him behind his back. Yeah, Lizzie and this other woman and this Salty Nuts or whoever. Like they do, it's one step up from Bin Bin. Salty Nuts and Genetic Toad is one step up from Bin Bin. Right, they're on the same fucking conversation, just like Alan, from like years ago, just around and around and around and around. They get eggy about everyone else. Right, I'm not best happy with them. They don't like me. Fine, whatever. But Alan thinks that because he's got some leverage here, that they're slightly, you know, the friend of my enemy is the enemy of my friend is my friend, or something like that. You know, he's trying to work factions, and so the one thing he's trying to do is to say, because this group that he's appealing to say that I've gone too far by calling him a nonce, and say that I've gone too far by doing the sexy willy in the mouth, and they say that I've gone too far. They don't like me, yeah, for that reason. So what he's trying to do is he's trying to wheedle that so that in the group it pushes back again, like that push in that direction he's just made there ends up pushing back against Super Chuffer because, oh, you know, Scott should never have called him a paedophile. I draw the line at calling him a paedophile. Scott's such a bad person. And now we're talking about why Scott's a bad person. And Alan's saying, look, I agree with you there. I draw the line at calling me a paedophile as well. Let's get more of that on the go. And let's make sure we solidify that position so that you don't call me a paedophile. Like, when actually that's a very vulnerable position from Alan, because he looks like a massive paedophile doing this singing with these children. It's not one child, there's two. There's two. The first one waves at him. Like, this is the one he's watching when he's doing it live. Look, or he might wave at them all. Like, you know, Alan might. Well, Alan doesn't wave specifically, does he? But the child waves at him.
Once I was 7 years old.
And Alan starts the song with his little creepy talking, and he's got his smile on. I wish we could get a big view of those glasses. It's really hard to see on those glasses. You know, it's really hard to see. But I wish we could get a big blow up of those glasses. Alan's doing some fucking nonsense. Yeah. Like, don't those, like, Salty Nuts and Genetic Toad, they can watch this right now, and come on, do your due diligence. This was not a duet. These kids cannot duet with VIP members just off the cuff. These kids can't just jump on a duet with a VIP member. These kids are not VIP. This is a collaboration room. It's like a live room where multiple people can join in at the same time. And it came up as a collaboration room all the times that we were looking at it. There's me finding it. There's loads of evidence for that. And these kids were live with Alan on his phone at whatever time he was doing this. It was set up by VIP Alan, John Bray Alan, to try and lure children into a honey trap. That's why they use these songs. Or it was paedophiles who signal through these songs and usage, and then maybe Alan gets a bit of something, and maybe someone else gets a few pictures, and, you know, once you've opened the door in this way, maybe the accounts then get sent another account that they should be friends with. And, you know, why the reason he's chosen that is because there's certain songs on these apps that are like, the paedophiles use these apps and they give each other signals. So there are certain songs that are like signals to other paedophiles, and this is one of them, obviously. 7 years old, you know, it's like a paedophile signal. If you're just trying to lure kids, then you might use songs that kids enjoy, like the shark one, you know, the shark one. But it's not just me saying this, not just Smule, but other karaoke apps as well. But Smule itself, Smule was cited by a doctor who had done a study about this sort of stuff and had decided that pedos were on there trying to abuse the system, and it's a problem. So it's not just me that said that. I did the research. That's how I've got this opinion. It's because I've done the research. So Alan could just be an innocent bystander on an app who accidentally created a room that lured children in and then enjoyed it live while he was doing it. Or he could be into some nonsense, but it doesn't look good for him. He's never explained this properly other than to say, initially he denied it totally. You know, the narcissist will just simply deny and lie. So initially he said it didn't even happen, it's not true, it was a fake, I photoshopped it. And then it wasn't fake and I didn't photoshop it, but he wasn't there with the kids, that they were just on a duet and anyone can duet with you. And then it's not anyone can duet with you because you've got VIP status and they haven't, and this wasn't a duet, it was a collaboration room. And we're not really answering any further questions at Alan's end now. But he got away with it. He managed to just about get away with it because a lot of people saw it for what it was. It really did make a difference. I made a video about it. It made a difference. But a lot of people haven't really understood it, seen it and understood it for what it is. And he managed to talk his way around it by saying that they just jumped on at a different time and it wasn't live and anyone can do a duet. And these people aren't that deep looking into it. Then they just believed what Alan said. So that's a real shame. But I think enough people really did care and understand. Alan got caught noncing. Yeah.
If you were to say that to one of my friends, the idea that I'm a sex offender, that really bugs me of all the things. Do what you like to me, call me a con man, a crook, but don't put me in that category. I'm a grandfather. I love my kids. I love my grandchildren. And if you were to say that to one of my friends, you'd be in a fight.
Right? I would say it to all of your friends because you don't have any. Why would I not be in a fight with you if I said it to you, Alan? Do you think all your friends would fight on your behalf for calling you a sex offender? What a fucking weird way of... Instead of denying it here, Alan said that other people would fight on his behalf. So you'd better not say it. I mean, he did say it, didn't he? Did he deny this? Hang on.
But I'm never going to tell you because I never do that. I just want to say that I don't like alluding to the idea that I'm a sex offender. That really bugs me of all the things. Do what you like to me, call me a con man, a crook, but don't put me in that category.
Don't put me in that category.
I'm a grandfather.
I'm a grandfather, yeah.
I love my grandchildren.
He doesn't say I'm not a sex offender though, does he?
And if you were to say that to one of my friends, you'd be in a fight. Because my friends know what I am. Thank you very much.
You don't have any friends. You try and make sure that nobody knows who you are. Like it's one of your things. You're a cat. Oosh.
Kids, I love my grandchildren. And if you were to say that to one of my friends, you'd be in a fight. Because my friends know what I am. Thank you very much. Not somebody a million miles away. But I've got no axe to grind with her or anybody else. She's not special to me. She's not special. She's not. And she's not on special. She's just another one of my detractors, all right? So don't get all excited. You're speaking about me and get all excited and make videos about me because I couldn't care less.
Why is he going on about this new woman? I assume he's talking about salty nuts. I suppose she's on the carousel now. It's just like a revolving carousel. Who should I talk about this week? I'm surprised that Super Chuffer didn't get more of a fucking... I mean, Battery Boy got a bit of a telling tonight, didn't it? But not really much heart in it from Alan, was there? Like, he knows we've got his number for show. But on this one, he thinks he can manipulate them.
And Jen seems to think I know who she is. I don't. And if you want, ask Kaka. Jen, Kaka's an honest person. I don't remember everything. I don't remember every little troll in my life. Right, on with the show.
If you don't believe me, ask Kaka. Kaka is an anonymous person. Right, it's just a joke shop tonight.
Or anybody else. She's not special to me. She's not special. She's not. And she's not on special. She's just another one of my detractors, all right? So don't get all excited. You're speaking about me and get all excited and make videos about me because I couldn't care less. And Jen seems to think I know who she is. I don't. And if you want, ask Kaka, Jen, Kaka's an honest person. I don't remember everything. I don't remember every little troll in my life.
An honest person, apparently.
Live. Right, on with the show. Last night, Friday night, I did a show called AD Changes the Case, right? And I get, oh, you can't change the case, AD. After all these years, you can't change it. It was a play on words. It was a clue. I'm an armchair detective, and my supporters love to write things down and check things out. It was a clue for them. Oh, a case. And then I'll show you. On the thumb, I did Shannon bringing a case in. It's a clue. The actual thing was the blue case. It's not about the case, it's about the red case, right? So all it was, AD changed the case, the story was about a case that was...
He seems confused, doesn't he? You're right down there. I gave the dog the end of the crisp packet and it's like having it down on the floor, if you can hear that. He seems confused. He's trying to say that it was a pun, play on words, and that the story wasn't really trying to change the whole case of the Chris Watts case. It was just about a suitcase, so I did a pun. But you obviously were trying to get all the clickbait for changing the entire case, yeah? Like, what's wrong with just saying it was clickbait, but also a clever pun? I thought that was actually the clever bit, because he actually was talking about a suitcase. I did a play on it, didn't I? I said, oh, where are you going to go on your holidays? Because Dad keeps changing the cases. I haven't got anywhere to pack our clothes. Ha ha ha. I made a bit of a thing about Alan's obsessed with changing the case. So, don't see why that's even a big thing. Like, why is he defending that now? We know what you did. We all saw it. It was clickbait to try and get as many people interested as possible because you're desperate.
Put in Shanann's bedroom, a red one. That's all it was, all right? Not me saying I'm going to get NK arrested. I know that's impossible. It happened before now, okay? So, on with the show. Now.
Oh, I see. Some people who took him seriously, who tuned into his show because they thought he was going to change the case, were hoping he was going to do something that might change the case. And then when it turned out there was nothing that could change the case, they went away unhappy. Well, he's had that feedback. You're right, little doggis. That's my bottle top. I want that. Thank you. You're a good girl.
The night of the murders. Yes? The night of the murders is what I want to talk about tonight. It really is.
Really?
The subterfuge and lies. Now, you know now that Frankie and his mother will easily lie to you. They will lie to you.
Wow.
There's God and all that, doesn't matter. We caught them out lying, right? Frankie says he ain't got a criminal record. Sandy swears on everything holy he hasn't got a criminal record. So we know they're capable of lying. And that's fair to say that, right? They're capable of lying if they want to, sometimes. I'm telling you, that Saturday night with the lazy dog.
Saying that Shanann Watts' mother is a liar.
Shanann was there, FaceTiming, with lots of Fried girls and Josh. And they were raging about a bill from the lazy dog, right? Can you imagine? You're going on a business trip. It's not a business trip. It's a jolly op where you eat a lot, drink a lot, move into the house. They've come to the conclusion. Now the game, and he spent over $60 on salmon. Back once because it was too cheap. If she wanted to spend all of it, he spent all his savings on an engagement ring for Shanann. She doesn't toker us. Twice, is it? Wow, Kathy, thank you very much. I will buy some. His 5-star red, and then she went because Chris says she wasn't supposed to. It doesn't take that many brains. So, Kathy, thank you, Kathy. And somebody else give me a donation. I didn't get that as well. Cathy twice, is it? Wow, Cathy, thank you very much. I will buy some tea. I need a cup of tea. While the film's on, I'll make a coffee. But I'm trying to get this into your mind, the situation they're all in.
That was his $100. Whoa, Kathy, I will buy some tea. I think he's heard us like critiquing him for not being, not because he doesn't show any gratitude. Yeah, I think he's seen us critiquing him for that. He's tried to show some gratitude, and he's just admitted that while the show is on, while the video is on, it means while I play a video and I'm not on my own stream, I will go and make a cup of tea. Like, how dare you say that on your unless you've got something proper prepared and it's like, listen, we're going to be watching this. I'm going to nip off and make a quick cup of tea. Enjoy this. Like, just to be like, I'm going to play one of my old videos and I might go off and make a cup of tea. He just admits it.
Now, you have to understand logic. When you're a detective, like Sherlock Holmes, he will deduce things. I'm not as good as Sherlock Holmes, but I can deduce the phrase "she wasn't supposed to be there" is not about Shanann, is it? It's Shanann's frigging house. She wasn't supposed to be there means NK, in my humble opinion.
We're not going through this now.
Mother never went to Colorado too. It's time to empty the house. She knows the code of the door because she collected the mail every day, and she also fed Dieter, I suppose. Poor old Dieter left her alone all day, was he? I'm not hearing anything from my people.
What's going on?
I'm not getting the answers. Does anybody know? Does anybody know the names of them? Don't put it.
Alan's having some trouble.
Cool.
Hang on.
The massive FaceTime call. That was created with Baby Pig's app. I think it was done by the girls because she's wearing what's in the photo. So I believe one of the girls took this picture of her in Arizona. I'm pretty sure. If anybody knows different, let me know. But that's what I feel. I feel this picture was taken in Arizona. Why? Because she's wearing the same clothes. A lot of people think it may have been taken in Saratoga Trail. I don't think so. I might be wrong. Does anybody want to tell me what they think on that? Does anybody know this was taken in Saratoga Trail? Because I'm thinking it's Arizona. If you know different, let me know.
You're not allowed to in his chat, are you? If you've ever had a different opinion, you've been banned. So no one's going to say anything different to you, are they? In fact, last time they did a poll and they were different to you, you were angry at them all. So no one's going to say anything different. You all right, Alan? Alan, are you okay?
So these are the people. Does anybody know the names of them? Don't put it in chat, but I think these are the people that are on the phone call. What do you think? Now, do you think this is the same time she took the picture? That's what I need to know. Am I right? Do you think the baby photo was taken in Arizona? Can somebody give me a clue? Is Kaka going to help me? Elizabeth, can you help me on this? I want to know what you think. What do you think? Was the 15-week baby photo taken in Arizona?
What he means is, when he says something that's easily debunked or has been debunked, people pull him up and draw him to account on the internet, don't they? And here, he was about to do one of his making up and his assertions and his lies. Like, I think this photo is this because this. But it might be completely bang wrong, and they might all know it, right? So without Kaka telling him, say this. Like, usually a lie is a lie and it doesn't matter, yeah? But today, for some reason, it matters. Maybe they've had some behind-the-scenes chat about you can't keep fucking running off the... I give you a script, and you... Like, it's not my script, Alan. You keep making up shit. You say other stuff that's not on the script. You've got to stick to the script. And so now he's like, I was just going to run my mouth, but maybe I should check with Kaka before I run my mouth. Like, if it's debunked, then I can't run my mouth on this one. If it's not, I can run my mouth. But that seems really out of character for him, doesn't it? Which is why I think maybe there's been a discussion behind the scenes about that. But he's really pedantically hooked up on this one particular point, and he wants correction from... Or maybe his script writers were supposed to give him this information. He hasn't got it. Like, it's really weird, isn't it? The way he's like hooked on this one piece of information, and usually he doesn't mind just making up a load of shit. And he was on the way making up a load of shit. Like, there's a picture of Shanann. I don't really want to go over the case, don't like it. Agree with Grumpy Granny, so that's why I've got him covering it all. Like, you know, and is she wearing the same clothes, and was this taken when? And I don't know. It's become a massive sticking point all of a sudden.
I'm thinking it's Arizona. If you know different, let me know.
And then the other thing is that he can't, like, it's a really weird one because, like, if you know different, let me know means if you know, then tell me and I'll use it as my content. So, you know, please, on the fly, make my show for me, do the research for me, on the fly, live, while I'm live. But it might be a legit point where he's trying to not, like, he was about in the flow of spinning a load of bullshit. Maybe he's trying to rein that in. Maybe he's actually trying to do the right thing and not talk a load of shit. Or maybe he's just scared of being sued again. I don't know. It's a weird one. It's only about what she was wearing in a picture, like, and when the picture was taken. It's not like a big, massive part of all the moving parts, but just interesting. Yeah, I'm skipping through it, Slinky Socks. I'm not watching all his bollocks. I'm picking out moments where he's having trouble like this, but I'm not going to listen to all his bollocks on the case. It's interesting that he's over here doing it. Has he got 3? Oh, he has,
So these are
hasn't
the
he?
people.
Listen, we know he's
Does anybody
got a computer that he streams from with a second screen, and then over here he's got another laptop, like a different laptop, that is not connected to the system, that is just like a different... You're right, animals. It's just like a different laptop.
Know the names of them? Don't put
And
it
he's
in
using
chat,
it to
but
talk
I
to
think
them.
these are the people that are on the phone call. What do you think? Now, do you think this is the same time she took the picture? That's what I need to know. Am I right? Do you think the baby photo was taken in Arizona? Can somebody give me a clue? Is Kaka going to help me? Elizabeth, can you help me on this? I want to know what you think. What do you think? Was the 50-week baby photo taken in
Oh,
Arizona
he's flipped. Yeah, you're right.
by
Yeah.
the girls?
Good
What do you
point,
think?
Prophecy. Good point. I flipped him.
Very-
You're right. I flipped him. You're right. Good point.
Important question.
I do know he's got
Not getting
his
the
setup. I've seen it reflected in a different video, like where his webcam fell off and then it showed his setup. I do know he's got 2 computers and he's not doing dual computer live streaming, as in, like, one is running the stream and the other one is creating the stream. Like, it was like 2 separate computers.
Does anybody know? Oh, wait.
Dog, can you come out from there?
Kaka, Elizabeth, anybody in chat know the truth? Was it taken in Arizona?
Don't pull that wire off.
I'd love to have your ideas.
Good girl.
I'm not hearing anything from my.
No,
Okay,
usually he
cool.
doesn't care, does he? He just make up his own lies.
Not hearing anything from my.
Now he's playing his own stream.
Taken when she's pregnant with Cece. Yeah, Cece's what I've heard. I'm trying to get the truth. But the thing is, look what she's wearing in the photo, right? Now this photo here is Arizona. Is that not the same top in Arizona? Is that the same top from years ago? Okay, it's in the what zone. Okay, fair enough. So she wore the same clothes.
Is that
That's
he's
fine.
gone
Anyway,
quiet?
that's not the main
Stinky
point.
said
The main
this
point
happened.
is
He's gone quiet.
this
though.
was Saturday night.
He's
This was Saturday
muted.
night. Thanks for telling us, though. Definitely the same
Well, can you
top.
all
So she
hear
does
him
wear
and
the
I
top
can't?
for 3 years then. So CC was 2, getting on 3. So I don't know.
Hang on.
Appearance, or to have a
He
past,
does look
but I
sleepy
also-
now. Is he going? No, my headphones must have gone quiet. What? What the fuck? The dog's messing around on the green screen as well, which is messing me up. Bluetooth connected. Let's have something that I know makes a sound. Yeah, I can hear it all again now. Yeah, okay. Sorry, that was... He didn't go quiet. I lost audio for a minute.
She must like the top. She's still wearing it 3 years later. Is Arizona. Is that not the same top in Arizona? Is that the same top from years ago? Okay, it's in the what zone. Okay, fair enough. So she wore the same clothes. That's fine. Anyway, that's not the main point. The main point is.
Oh, so he got
was-
corroboration on that point, and it was bollocks. All right, that's interesting, isn't it? Good night, Star Race. It's interesting that you got corroboration on the point, and it's. But I don't know. Do you know what? I came on this Twitch stream tonight not to do Angry Alan, to do whatever else, and to maybe just dip in and out. But I'm actually quite enjoying doing it in a real low key way like this. Like that's a modification of behaviour. Like to ask them instead, you know, after what happened with his last show, after the way he, like, do you think in a way, I wonder if there's been like a back and forth between the group of spanners behind the scenes and Alan, like, I'm going to do the Chris Watts one, I'm going to show you how a show is written, I'm going to show you what a show should be, and he did his absolute bollocks on the Chris Watts one last night, and then they've come back and critiqued it and said, well, this wasn't right and this wasn't right. In the future, maybe you should do what we say and not do making it up. Like there's like now he's referring to them and checking with them, and he's like angry at them as well because I want your instant response. And when it came back, no, Alan, what you're saying isn't exactly correct. He was like, oh well, it doesn't matter. It wasn't really the main point anyway, which is a new way of dealing with it instead of like getting angry and saying that he didn't say it. It's kind of weird.
This is what I'm about. I'm trying to get the truth. But the thing is, look what she's wearing in the photo, right? Now this photo here is Arizona. Is that not the same top in Arizona? Is that the same top from years ago? Okay, it's in the Watts home. Okay, fair enough. So she wore the same clothes. That's fine. Anyway, that's not the main point. The main point is this was Saturday night. Thanks for telling us, though. Definitely the same top. So she does wear the top for 3 years then. So CC was 2, getting on 3. So I don't know. She must like the top. She's still wearing it 3 years later. I like the top as well.
Are you saying that they're wrong even though they're right? She must like the top then, even though because she's wearing it 3 years later. God, who would know? What he's saying is it was irrational to think that she would still be wearing the top 3 years later. He was right in his conviction. That she hadn't had it for 3 years. Like he was right to think what he thought, but he was wrong anyway. And the photo is from a different time, so he's confused. He got that sorted.
So there's the old slide patch. Very important. Very important. Very important. I think there was talk about sending him the pregnancy photo and saying, "Look, I'm pregnant." I think that maybe Chris got this photo on the Saturday. Look, I'm pregnant. What's going on? He's also from under a lot of pressure from NK as he had the key on the Wednesday. And I think it was the countdown to the making the move on the Monday. So yeah, it's a maternity top that she's kept for years. That's fine. I would. Do people keep their maternity tops? Yeah, it doesn't really matter about that. The thing is, this picture was used around that time.
Was it? He's now saying that this photo, he's made up this, see, Alan has made up this story in his mind that she has sent him this photograph. And even though he's been proved wrong, he's going to say, well, she could have sent him a photograph from several years ago because, like, to prove the same sort of point. Like, it's just fucking ridiculous.
Okay. The agreement was he can probably look at the kids the weekend, but when she gets home, he has to leave. That's what I believe happened.
Despite evidence to the contrary, like her asking what he wants for dinner the next day and saying that she's going to get it for him. Despite that evidence to the contrary. So skip on. Skip. Let's have a look at Alan talking.
Giving her hell. Lazy dog goes down. Final straw. He's spending loads of money. Not compared to you, my dear, but spending loads of money. They all, right, send in the photo. They take the photo. 15 weeks pregnant. £55,000. It's ridiculous. Let's move on. Where she goes, handbag.
Old video now, so you can go and make a cup of coffee.
That's my.
He's talking over the top of his old video.
You got to remember, Chris.
But he did talking over the top of the old video the other night, so you don't even know if this is clipped from the other night or from the night that he played it or the original or when it's from, because you're in the fucking Alan Time Warp. This is the Alan Time Warp. Here he is, he's back.
Baby self girl.
She was never arrested or charged.
Playing a shitty YouTube video that you literally cannot understand. Like, there's no... It's illegible.
However, is there more than meets the eye?
His own shitty YouTube video.
There is more than meets the eye, and now you have seen what's met my eye. I've spied quite a lot of discrepancies in Miss Kessinger's ramblings. And I don't care if it's 5 years, I don't care. I'm the same about John Bennett Ramsey. These are cases that need solving. Other people are involved.
I'm the same about John Bennett Ramsey. Alan is like the truth crusader that's going to come to save all the world. Well, specifically about a couple of particular cases involving murdered children. And that's because he really loves children. Not in that way, not in the sex way, I mean in the nice way. No, Alan's just a stupid grifter who's managed to find a bunch of people on the internet who are so dedicated to this case and the John Bennett Ramsey, and others, like, they're so dedicated that even in today's day and age, they still chuck money at him. Not massive amounts, but they'll chuck money at him for reinforcing what they want to hear back on a sort of daily basis. The other channels have dropped off. You don't have to give the money to the one that's done the millions of views for some reason. They don't deserve it more than Alan. But Alan's managed to get his claws in, got his grift going. These people have been with him a long time. As long as he doesn't, he's into this situation now, isn't he, where he doesn't know what to do, but the fallback option is just keep doing what you've been doing, until it really doesn't work anymore. One day, if every day a bucket go to a well, every day a bucket go to a well, one day the bottom must drop out.
Why do I say other people? Well, let me quote Chris.
Oh, please do.
Shanann had a temper. 1 minute she'd be okay, and the next minute she would be not okay. Well, we know that. Ronnie asked Chris what Shanann had said that morning of the murders.
Obviously, Chris Watts is a massive liar, though, isn't he, Alan?
I've made is just about NK. It's called NK in the Shadows, all right? Well, Chris is only one person. Why would you tell Chris F you, F you, and F you? And this is the trouble with this case. I wasn't there. I can only give you clues. I can't say 100% what happened after what I know. Now, I'd like to remind you we now have a new channel. The Green Channel is now going to be your library for the studying of the NK case. I call it the NK.
Brilliant. He's announcing it now that we spotted it behind the scenes. Its little growth, its little, the little disturbance. The Green Channel is now your library for the study group. And he's live on there as well. This is fucking sad. He's broadcasting live on 2 YouTube channels at once. The same stream on 2 YouTube channels at once. Not one YouTube and one Twitch and one on Rumble and one... 2 YouTube channels at once. And here is your library for the study group. It's just a load of bollocks. It's just clips from Alan's old streams. And then it turns into stuff about Juju Island and stuff, which I really hope you don't delete, because we haven't gone through all them. Like, they're going to be a joy to go through. I want to see them. But maybe things get lost to time one day. Who knows? Juju Island. Welcome to Juju Island, look. Ow! That's from Love Island. That is. Our council. Spelled incorrectly. Currently in anger management.
watch out for Save Robbie. He's a pest. He pretends to be sane. He's totally insane. He's opened a barber's shop on the other side of the island, and he's cutting people's throats. And I don't know what he's doing with the bodies. There's a rumor that he's making them into pasties. He thinks he's Sweeney Todd. So don't take any notice to the smile and the super.
Actually, if this gets lost to the annals of time, I think it's fine.
Newbies when they come to the island.
At first, they're like, "What is going on? What is this?" Like, you should read, like, in chat, they're like, "I'm not sure
I
what's
have a
going on,
problem.
but this is great."
Oh, hang on a minute. Bubba's got a problem.
There's a good thing, isn't it? If you create a stream where people can turn up and they don't know what the fuck is going on.
Hello? Bubbles?
Yeah.
What's up?
Well, does the island have a psychiatrist?
Yeah,
We
Dr.
do.
J. She's ambidextrous, yeah. She's a
Okay.
psychiatrist.
Well, I have a major problem.
Spit it out.
Alan doesn't like this at all. Spit it out. He doesn't like her having the floor, her having the attention on her, and he's worried about what she's about to say. He's scared that she's about to drop some kind of like bombshell about Alan, that she's going to come clean. I've got a problem.
Okay. I just don't know what to do. I can't. I'm going on like 7 days of NK.
Oh no.
All right.
I
Well,
can't-
that's what the island's for. That's what the island's for. So you get you away from all that.
I'm begging for permission to switch to someone else.
Well, we've only got. Look, let's look at it. We've only.
I'm begging for permission. Just like she sounds worn out. Like she was the engine behind Alan's frontman, wasn't she? She sounds absolutely fed up and worn out. I mean, I'm assuming she's not playing just a character here. I assume she actually means that.
We got the hair missing interview to do, haven't we? We've
I'm
only got the
losing
big
my
one, haven't
mind.
we? Sorry?
I'm losing my mind.
Well, you would do listening to her every night. I'm not surprised. Well, that's why we put pictures up so you can turn the sound off, Bubbles.
I'm
Yes.
tired of looking at pictures.
Is this a
Right.
parody?
Right.
Bubbles.
Are they making a joke? Because they are supposed to be making a joke on the island, but I don't know if she's making a joke or not. It's so fucking weird.
I want you to know, if this was my show, I would never put you through that torture.
Oh no, she's laughing. This is a joke.
We're nearly at the end of it, surely.
We haven't even got to the video. Thank
We
you.
want the video when we see her with her hair missing. That's the highlight for me. That's what I'm waiting for. But we don't
Oh my
talk about
God.
what's on it. What are you doing? We don't even
I
talk
come
about
looking for a psychiatrist, and if I don't get lifted back up, I'm just going to lose my mind.
Well, take some Valium. That's what I do. I take Valium all the time.
Good one. So yeah, maybe that can be lost to the annals of time, but he's resurrecting this channel anyway, and it's now the repository of shit. Shit videos, fucking 5 in a... The videos, look. The videos. 5 in a day. Like 20 in 3, like in a week, there's been like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. There's 20 videos in a week. And it's just Alan clipping and cutting his own stream into bits and chucking it up on here. And they're shit bits. It's fucking dire. That's never going to take off.
NK case, because the channel I've made is just about NK. It's called NK in the Shadows, all right? And it's a new channel, green channel. The girls are going to put it up in chat for you now.
So why don't you just stream on that and not on here?
I appreciate your help because I need to get more members so I can get it going properly. So if you wouldn't mind subscribing.
Members? You're not going to have memberships on dual memberships on 2 channels that basically are the same. Would be fucking awful. I'm considering switching them on for the main channel, you know, and actually offering some stuff on the main channel in the future. Although I've been inconsistent with my content on there recently, haven't I? But So I don't want to like trap myself in a corner and paint myself into a corner and have 2 channels with 2 sets of memberships. But like, what?
You can help me grow that channel. So when I do,
No, it's not going to happen, Alan. It's the same as your painting channel. It's not going to grow. It's dead in the water.
NK lives, I'm going to be doing it on that channel in the future. But first, I need to get 4,000.
You're right, gay in chat. Oh wait, who are you talking about? You talking about Alan? We were looking at Vintage AD for a minute, and now I'm back with the real deal live in person, so to speak. Alan's been droning on about this for years, and I come to it more recent than some of the others, and I have heard it said by them, oh, you don't know what he's like, he's been doing it for years. And I kind of feel like, yeah, I do know what he's like, I can understand that he's been doing it for years, but now it's been going on, like we've come to a part of the cycle for me where it's my first run on repeat. For others, it's a multiple repeat job, and they've like that's what they meant when they said you don't know what it's like. Now I understand what it's like, because from here on out, it's multiple repeat jobs, and I don't have it in me to cover repeats. It's like, you know, I like live action. I don't like boring old repeats. You know what I mean? Like, so Alan might diminish in stature on my content in the future. Like, he probably will. Like, he has to at some point. But it's sad the way it's going. Like, the way it's so pathetic the way it's going. In fact, so sad and pathetic the way it's going. Like, it's kind of a shame. I really did have my hopes that he would be brave enough to come on a stream and talk with me, but I think he's too coward for that.
View and, you know, subscribe. So can you join? Even if you don't like me, join it, because you can hate me on it. So hate me on the green channel. We're going to put it in chat now. It is open now. There's 30 people watching it live now on green. If you're watching me on,
they're watching him on 2 separate channels. That's got to be the worst move that you've made in a fucking long time. That has got to be the worst move you've made in a long time. Effectively competing with himself now. So reducing the audience on this channel by, what is it? He thinks there's 30 different people on the other channel. They're not. They're just people that you've told to go over there and do that, and they've seen it and like are confused. They can't watch it on both. You think you're going to get double bubble from 2 channels. You're not. You're going to make this channel seem less successful, and that channel itself won't be successful. So now you've got 2 shit channels, whereas you had 1 shit channel before. Now you've got 2. Red Fan gifted the tier sub to Gay Gay. Thank you very much, Red Fan. Thank you. Thank you for that. I do appreciate that.
green now, hello. Thanks for joining our new Kessinger channel, and it will grow. Thank you for turning up tonight and watching me there.
Alan, same as your penis. No matter how much you say it, it won't grow.
It's great news. So, as I say, I can't give you the full story. I can give you the bits of the puzzle we have, right? So let's hear Chris's words in Wisconsin about that night. What does he remember about it? Now, the sound's terrible. It's not my fault. Let's see what Chris says to Coda about that night.
Again, without Alan having any natural skill at reading people and any acquired skill, knowledge or understanding, any real learning, like, Alan doesn't really, he's not able to break this shit down. You've got to come from the premise that Chris Watts is a known liar to start with, haven't you? So I wouldn't really go on what Chris Watts says, and nor do I want to go through it. Like, this is not that stream where I have to pick every fucking moment. Like, we don't have to live in this fucking hurt locker that Alan lives in, you know? Like, we can just skip through that.
To that night, I believe he's a people pleaser. He had to decide to please NK, and this had to end. This marriage had to end. Why it ended in murder, we don't know. There at 9:25, 10:25,
live now.
11:25. 11:25, she's there. It's half an hour before Shanann. It's not there on Nate's CCTV when Atkinson drops her off. There's no sign of her truck. As she's driven around the back, and the drive-by was an alibi that she's moved it. It's told attention to the police. Oh yeah, we saw her arrive.
So now he's dealing with the holes that were punched in yesterday's argument I mean, this is live Alan now, so I can't speed it up or anything, and everything I just said about being able to skip through it is no longer appropriate. Now I can either not watch or watch. Big ups, Jamie. I'm going to watch for a bit.
At 9:25, then we saw her drive off. What you
But-
didn't see was a drive around the back, and there's tyre tracks.
Like, he's
Why
due
not-
to finish now. He's done 2.5 hours of this shit now.
Park a truck at the back. That's before the houses were built, right? No one would have seen it. Dark. Did she put her truck around the back and go in the Minnie Mouse window? But she's got her alibi. She drove past and drove on. Before Shanann came back, she moved her truck, given herself an alibi. She's not stupid. Chris knew exactly where Nate's CCTV was showing. So he could have said to NK, look, whatever, don't forget you'd be on CCTV. And she goes, right, well, what I'll do, I'll go before Shanann comes.
Sorry to hear that, Red Fan. Like, I just scrolled up to see, I saw what people were talking about in there. Like, it's a member of your family, so people underestimate. I'm sure you don't underestimate the grieving process, but people underestimate the grieving process. But it's a member of your family, so it's an absolute tragedy. That is. I'm sorry. Something that we understand as custodians of dogs, don't we? Something that we understand as their family members is that we do our best while they're around, because they're not around forever. But I'm sorry to hear that. That's nice. I say nice, but you know what I mean. Yeah. You'll be in shock for a bit. Like, things take a while to settle in. I've used your words there, but settle. Things take a while, but yeah.
That dyslexic mind is obvious, isn't it? The police are it's not clever, are they? They're going to go. Well, they look at the CCTV. Oh yeah, she arrived. She's given us.
This is why I don't want to, I think this is why I've done channels, Mental Health Monday, Videos, like grief. I've done one on grief. Done a video on grief. I'll link it in the chat. Options, share, copy. Like, you might just fancy watching it sometime. It's a bit weird because it's old streamer me. Like, this is not.
If you're coming to this video because you're in a process of grief,
like, this is old Scotty, lit funny, early streamer Scotty, talking about the Kubler-Ross grief cycle, talking about grief, stuff like that. But also being aware that whoever watches it might be feeling, bad. So not having a big laugh and a joke or anything, just doing a proper video about it. Yeah. That's the old Mental Health Monday videos. What am I watching now? I'm watching Alan being a bad man again.
The bombshell evidence. Yeah, we know she arrived, but she went before Shanann came. No,
Cheer you up now, yeah.
what she did was move her damn truck before
I'm in
Shanann
low-key
come. How do
vibes.
I know that? Because on the video of Shanann coming
But
out,
I agree with you, right? I agree with you. I will just say this finally before I move off that, is that people underestimate the power of the distraction element of, like, thoughts, feelings, behaviours, the cognitive triangle, dealing with things, but not all at once, not having to constantly, deal with it like it's an iceberg that you're crashed against, but being able to have distraction, time away from feelings and thoughts, and being able to just put yourself in a different frame of mind sometimes is absolutely fair, and it absolutely is important as well. Like, one of my friends is a comedian by trade. And when I say that, it means that they have to work other jobs to pay their money because they don't make enough money being a comedian. But trust me, if they had to just do one job, it would be comedian. And they said, I remember a Facebook conversation we were having, or that they jumped in on, and they basically said that making people laugh and making people smile was, like, pretty important actually when it comes to jobs, because like, all people do a lot of other stuff, but making people feel good and happy is quite, like, they made that argument as well during COVID for the entertainment industry to keep working. I thought it was a bit, you know, bit rich, but still I do understand the concept, like, and I do think that distraction helps at the right moments, yeah, for sure.
No NK truck. But you know what?
Alan's a horrible
It was
distraction
back
now.
there in the morning.
He's due to finish,
Because
but he's
when
not
Betty
finished.
went to work, she saw it.
Betis
But
now.
it's not there. Is it? 10:58, 11:58.
The best example, I hate doing this because I don't want to talk about the case, but just quickly, the best, I don't know why you can't understand that the best explanation for Betty is that she's a bit confused about what, because Chris's truck was parked there all the time. So she's just confused.
10 to 2, sorry. 148. It's not there at 148. Because we got the video.
He's right in his stride
But
again.
I
look.
trust Betty. When she says it was there when she went to work, it was there. So where did it go?
They call this the money buff. When we're watching Dark Side Phil, the money buff. Like in gaming terms, something that makes you good, something that gives you an advantage is a buff. Oh, I just got that power up and now I can run really fast. Oh, that's a great buff. It means like buffing, like making yourself look buff, like strong. Oh, buff, it used to be a phrase. That's where it comes from. And there was a narcotic in a game called Duke Nukem that was called Buff Out. Oh no, sorry, it's in Fallout. I think it was in Duke Nukem as well, buff stuff. But like in Fallout, there's a narcotic called Buff Out. Like buff makes you stronger, yeah. And opposed to that is nerf. If something gets nerfed, it's like nerf cannons, soft play. It makes it worse. Oh, that got nerfed. This gun used to be really good, but they nerfed it. So Alan has the money buff at the moment. Like they gave him, someone in chat, this Kathy T, whoever this is, gave him $100. So now he's sat there on $100, you know, getting his excitement on. He's been and had his cup of tea and coffee or whatever it is, like gone and had got himself another can of beer or whatever. I don't know what he was doing during playing the video, but he's gone off, he's come back, he's in jovial spirits still. He's had a good stick it to the trolls. He likes that when he does that. You know, he feels like he's back in his old, like, you know, people sort of repeat behaviours, and like, I was saying this earlier, wasn't I, about how he like doesn't like change. You can sort of repeat conversations. Like, let's say you go on holiday, right, and then when you come back, people ask you about how your holiday was, but not all at once, and you tell them, like, some people here, and you tell some people at work, and then you tell the hairdresser, always, and then you know, and by the fourth or fifth time that you're talking about it, you've got like a little script in your head that you can kind of run through. Oh yeah, we did this and we did that, and then whoever like your partner is or someone else might say, tell them about this thing, and you know, because you all know what's about to come next on the list, because you know, you've said it a few times now. You develop a sort of internal monologue script. And Alan's so like this. He says this stuff so much that at some point you could sort of start the ball rolling. Like with Alan, you could sit him on a bus next to anyone, right? Like a long haul. Imagine he's on a long haul bus. Sit him next to anyone, right? And after about 20 minutes, something they will have said will have triggered him, and he will start on this. And he will just start from the start and just say all I caught him saying asexual earlier. I did catch him saying that earlier. I watched that bit, and I'm going to watch it again and do a detailed breakdown with the psychoanalyst because it was fucking weird. But yeah, you're on this bus. Like all you had to say was like, you know, something about, you know, whatever. And he's like, oh, the Chris Watts case, right? I don't know. And like, all of it is like a script in his mind that like, so the thing about this is that he's familiar, he's comfortable in it. It's like a warm pair of pajamas, you know. I'm talking about the Chris Watts case into my camera again on the internet again, and people are giving me money again, and everything's fine again, and everything's okay in this moment while people are watching me, and I'm the armchair detective, and she gave me 50 quid, and like when the camera goes off, like when that camera goes off, he's still got the 50 quid. Like that's coming on the YouTube money, isn't it? That's coming on the YouTube money, but that's all gone again. So I wonder what he feeds on in the in-between times. And again, this is where the gambling addiction comes in so heavy for him, because he needs this money from this end to feed that other part of it, where he's going to stay up, have another drink, run a few more hands of, like that 50 is going into the bingo tonight, isn't it? the poker, sorry, you know, isn't it? That poker's, you know, that 50's going in the poker. Stay up, having a few drinks. Tired tomorrow, supposed to be reading the notes, slip through it, log up the stream because Kaka's got something for me to say on the internet. You know, he's in his lovely routine and it's like comfortable for him. So in this way, the narcissist, specifically the narcissist, rolling around at rock bottom, having done the rant at the start of the episode, having made himself look stupid, has managed to retreat into his shell of familiarity and, you know, do you know what I'm saying? Like, the reason that we've heard it all before and that we're doing it all again is because it makes Alan feel better. Bottom line. Out of all the things he can do, this is one thing that makes him feel better about himself, about his life. You know, he gets that response from the audience, he gets that money. Alan needs this. And to the point where he's not so worried about creating good content as doing things that make him feel comfortable. And, like, you know, it's about appeasing Alan.
Oh.
And like I say, he's not doing it to try and get justice. We're not here appeasing Alan because Alan's on a crusade for justice. If that were the case, then he would at least have written one letter to anybody in the Justice Department of the United States of America, wouldn't he? He would have at least, like, if you're trying to create a situation where you think that enact a change in something legal in America, then you would have at least, like, you know, I'm doing it from my armchair making videos, of course, and if I make enough videos and if one of them's good enough, then they'll change the law in America. No, if you're really passionate about this, you might have to do a little more than that, Alan. Well, I don't know how passionate I am then. Can you show me those pictures of the little girls again? Let me reignite my passion, you know?
If she was there at 11:25, which
he said asexual, as in he doesn't have any sexual desire. Like, he said that he was trying to imply that he was sexually redundant and that his cock was basically turned off from now on, and that he just doesn't have any sort of, you know, can't get a woodis. Celibate, yeah, that's a good point. Asexual is probably more, like, I see it as a biological term that means that you procreate solo and essentially like divide, and, you know, it's about genetics, isn't it, asexual? But there is actually, I looked on the internet, there is actually a terminology that would go in the sort of LGBTQI department somewhere of, I don't have any sexual preferences and nor do I have any desires, but I am a sort of, you know, human being that gender neutral probably, or some shit like that. Not that it's bad, no, I wasn't saying some shit like that in a bad way, but you know what I mean. Like, so asexual in the modern term can be something other than the biological term, dictionary definition. But for Alan, what he meant was that he doesn't have any sexual proclivities because he doesn't have any sexual drives and desires. That's what he said. Which is fucking weird. Instead of saying, like, you know, if someone accused you of noncing and, like, you know, your defense is, I don't want to have sex with anything, anyone or anything. Like, that doesn't mean that's better. That makes it slightly worse. Not because, oh, we believe you, but because it sounds so fucking ridiculous, and that's exactly the sort of something that someone would say who was noncing. He made a really weird defense. Yeah, we looked at it earlier anyway. It would be part of this upload, I suppose, and part of a longer video that I make about it, hopefully.
we saw it drive up.
Oh yeah, I suppose asexual. Yeah, he could be having sex with himself. Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe he just likes himself. Maybe he just loves himself. You know. You love yourself, then baby, go and love yourself. You know that, or some shit.
5, but it's not there at 10 to 2.
10 to 2.
Where is it between 10 to 2 and 6 a.m.? Round the back. Why do I say that? Because the tire tracks are right up to the fence. She moved it again in the morning. Don't know why. Maybe another alibi. We don't know what story they were going to give. But it was all wrecked by Atkinson coming at 9 o'clock. The plan was wrecked, but no doubt her arriving at 9:25, 11:25, and moving and coming back in the morning was all part of the alibi plan. But we never got it, did we? Because it all went pear-shaped. Just so you know. But I do think about everything. So what was I trying to find again? I forgot. Oh yeah, about the Vivint stuff. Right. The Vivint doesn't show any movement for Shanann to go to the basement when she got in. So when she got home, she went to bed. Chris was down in the cellar. Saw my life disappearing before my eyes. And that's just where I got on. Does he sound alone? Would he get on her just like that when she's asleep?
Woody, you don't get a Woody. Apparently,
I've got
no Woody.
I've got Cadell's book here as well, but real investigation. I want you to.
I think Alan needs to take. Not you know they do a lie detector, right? I can see what's coming here. You can. They don't know yet. Yeah, but I can see what's coming here. Can I do it? And you can shut up? Me? You know, like a polygraph, like a lie detector, right? We want Alan to come in and take a lie detector, don't we? Get him all up to the machine and all up to the lie detector. Yeah, and don't spoil it. Let me just do it. I know what's coming though. So we want to get Alan hooked up to a lie detector, but what I really would rather have, you see, let me just do it. I knew what you were going to do, and I was fucking saying, I'm just telling you, I told you so. I haven't said it yet. Yeah, but I know what you're going to do. Can I do it? I'd like Alan to also come in for a different kind of polygraph. Yeah, Stop interrupting me. You want him to come in for it. Go on, tell him then. Tell him. But they're gonna get the egg. Some of them get the egg about this. Do I care about eggs? A lion is still a lion, but an egg is still an egg. Do the face. You just did it. You do it though. You're the one that does the face. I'm like, Go on then. We both did it. Listen, he wanted to come in for another sort of polygraph. I want to rig his cock up to the polygraph, and I want to show pictures of different kinds of people. And then when his cock does a little jump, we'll say the polygraph done a little. I told you this was going to happen. The polygraph done a little jump. That's what you've got the sex on for. And you know what it's going to be, don't you? You know what it's going to be. This is why they don't like you. This is what? It's going to be kids. It's going to be kids. It's a good system, good idea, I think, maybe. Do they have those in the police station? Yeah, probably. Yeah, they probably do, don't they? Yeah. Sit down, Alan. We're going to do a lie detector. Ooh, a lie detector. That'll be interesting because I tell all lies, so it'll all just measure lies, won't it? And everything. There'll be no baseline. It'll just all be lies. Yeah, but it's not that kind of lie detector. Take the pants down. What? We're rigging you up. Get a little like bump on the lie detector. Oh no. That was a picture of fucking Shirley Temple. We're going to show you different pictures of Shirley Temple throughout her career and see which one you prefer, Alan. Wait till we get... You just wait till we get to... We're using Nicole Kessinger to test your baseline. We call this the Savile test. 3 years, no sex. Do you know what's going to build up in his nutsack? it's all going to have gone like pickles. His nuts have gone like pickles. He can't, he's trying to, and he can't, and nothing will come out. And his nuts have gone like pickles. Comes all little like brown. Smells bad. The bitterness of Alan Vinnicombe. Little raisins. Little raisins. Little pickled raisins.
This is like trigger warning now.
Now it's the trigger warning. Alan says at the end of his episode about fucking all this horrible shit, and it was so appropriate for what we were just talking about, wasn't it? It just came in perfect. Trigger warning now. Sorry, Alan, you didn't like that talk about your little raisins. Touched a nerve, did I? He'd sit down with this thing, and they put the thing around him, and he'd go, "What are you going to do? Show me loads of pictures of loads of different kinds of people, and I've got to see if I don't." I've tried this, it didn't work. And they're like, this isn't going to try and, we're not trying to elicit an erection to try and fix your penis, Alan. We're trying to see which sexual proclivities you've had. And he's like, yeah, but I've done them all. All of them. I've done them all. Big up Stover and Donnie's mom. How are you doing? I've done them all. Especially that one. Nothing. Been on the internet pornography. I've gone from A to Z all the way through mother licks cun off daughter's face. Nothing. Actually, if he had no... Hang on. If he hadn't had sex for all that time and he had no sexual interest, what was he doing searching mother licks cun off daughter's face? That got swept under the carpet along with I've never done sex and I don't want to.
Just like trigger warning now.
Trigger warning now.
Trigger warning.
Trigger warning.
From
the
Bureau Investigation.
Skip. Alan's reading things.
He's still saying here that he saw his kids blue in the face. That's not
Oh, Alan, this is fucking awful.
do this horrible thing. Yep.
Right. This is the one thing that for me stands out the most, like above all these things. But there's so many things, aren't there? But like for me initially, it was that looking at his content initially when I first met him on the internet, I was like, this man fucking loves these dead kids. Like, how do you talk about that all the time? Like, how do you? Like, I don't want us to feel like we have to think about that all the time, and we do when we cover Alan's content now, don't we? Like, it's tragic and it's horrible and it's like in your face every day of the week. It's like we have to, as the audience, through Alan's content, get some kind of feeling as to what it was like for the family. It's like that's the only benefit, is that we get to empathise in some way, because it's for them, whether Alan's on the internet or not, it's still in their face every day. It's never not going to be in their face every day, you know what I mean? So like for them, there's that, but like, you know, actually I say that things do ease, don't they, with grief, like we were talking about just a little bit earlier. You know, things can ease, but Alan keeps bringing it up every day, so that makes it harder for them. It's just fucked up. It's like, how can you do this every day, Alan? Like, how can you go off to bedtime after a nice day watching the football? Perfect day. This is like Alan's had his perfect day today. Sunday, Alan's perfect day. Got up, masturbated over kids. Went down the fucking shag hole where we keep the trafficked person. Had sex with them. Filmed other people having sex with them. Got paid. Gave that money to the handlers above and kept my little cut. Went to the pub, put some money on the horses. Had a Chinese meal, a succulent Chinese meal, and then back home to talk about dead kids. Like, big ups, Jigsy Wigsy.
NFU, Agent Tammy Lee, Denver.
I wish you'd
If
stop.
somebody leaves the $1 tier, when you go to join, people don't leave the $1 tier very often. Sometimes they leave the $5 ones or the $2 ones. There is no more new one. There's no as like saying, well, reading a book to a child is normal. But did you see the drawing on the face? I'll break, and I'll see you in.
All right, Alan. My streamis, come on. Come on, YouTubers.
Join.
It doesn't like this bit of his stream for some reason. There's some sort of glitch with it.
I'd like you to join to help my fight for free speech. You've heard tonight that they lied about me to get this money. They lied about me.
No worries, Jigsy
And
Wigsy.
you can't
Thank you for paying me so that it would go on the screen. No, honestly, thank you for that. Thank you.
sue somebody for telling the truth.
This is his live,
Right.
not his Patreon. I might have his Patreon, but I don't have no appetite for it really, because as we saw yesterday, he played the same video. He hasn't got anything to say in Patreon. He's deviated, like the glory days in my mind. And we've only been through it very quickly, haven't we? But for me, the glory days with Alan were when he was doing Patreon off the cuff, talking about whatever, giving us an insight into his past life. You know, that was brilliant. And if he doesn't do that, and I ridiculed it and said it was a waste of a patron. Like, what are you doing? Why are you charging people for this? But actually, no, I wish he'd bring that back.
He and his mother both said he hasn't got a criminal record to raise money. When people
In fact, I would join his patron if he was going to do that every week.
started questioning if he had a criminal record, because we're not going to give him money if he's got this rap for doing that to that child. We're not going to give him money. So they put up a shield where they all said he hasn't got a criminal record. And that is so wrong. And the trouble is, that's still up to date on Mr. Cohen's website, him saying that I said he's got a criminal record and he hasn't. And they're still raising money off that lie.
So the final point in summing up, whenever you do an episode about a tragic murder, should be to reflect on those that were lost and, you know, not beg and grift and slander and smear and make it about yourself, you horrible, horrible man.
Hey, 2.5 years later.
Just shaking around on the fucking...
It's supposed to be 60 days. They've been going 2.5 years. And I've got to put up with that every morning. And they refuse to take it down. And they're still hitting me with it. It's wrong. Thank you, CC.
Actually, we're on the green screen, aren't we? Like, we assume we're always in the same place. Could he be on his little bolt hole, you know, making this one?
DJ for joining the club. Don't forget to subscribe to the new channel. A lot of people are asking in chat, how do I subscribe? Let's put that up.
I don't think so. I think this is just his normal show.
Let's put up two things. Let's put up the green channel and the patron, please.
Brilliant. Let's do that.
Green channel and the patron.
No one has any real desire for either.
If they weren't attacking me, there would be no issue. I have every right to talk about any crime in the world. Well, I live in the free world. I don't live in North Korea. I'm not under the auspices of the Ruseks church of whatever they belong to. I don't have to be told what to do by anyone.
Agreed.
I'm allowed to talk about it. Nothing I've told you tonight is a lie. All the photographs what I have done tonight is prove to you.
Thank you, Red Fan, for another tier sub. Brutally Honest Marv picked up a tier sub there. Thank you.
And this is mega important. Nobody said this before. The 15 weeks pregnant photo was taken in Arizona. And that's a massive, massive, massive thing.
But didn't they debunk that? Am I tripping? That was what we watched today, Alan. You having trouble, and they said, no, that photograph was taken a long time before.
The 15 weeks pregnant photo was taken in Arizona.
No, it wasn't.
And that's a massive, massive, massive thing.
Has he forgot what he did on his show today? That was what you were going to say, but it turned out to be debunked by your own mods.
No one knew that before tonight.
Because it's not true.
They say to me, there's nothing new to learn about the case. Well, you've learned that tonight. All of you, I would say 99% of you, thought that the 15-week pregnancy photo was taken in Frederick, didn't you? Well, you were all wrong.
Were they? I thought that you went through it with your mods and that you backed down and decided that they were right.
It wasn't. It was taken in Arizona as a tool to use against Chris.
Now you're saying this bollocks again. Weird.
Same nails.
Like those two. Am I tripping here? Do people not know what's going on, or do they know what's going on? Because those two photos are clearly taken in the same place, yeah? The one on the left seems to have been photoshopped to make her tummy look bigger. I mean, I don't want her to be doing the case or whatever, but, what?
Same position of the fry patch. Same smile, same lovely shenan.
And if no one had spotted that before now, like, hello, so what? But yeah.
So now you know when the photo was taken and where.
I mean, I assume everyone would have known that was connected to the case. Maybe you didn't, Alan, but I'm assuming most people would have. Like, I don't know how that's changing things.
Find out when you work.
Still not
hard,
finished.
Research, trying. I thank my team for all the work. I'm going to get a coffee, walk the dog, and make my way to Patreon.
You haven't got a dog.
If you're not a patron,
Licking the lips then, covering the mouth. What's all this?
make my way to Patreon.
He knows that we pick him up on this now. And he looks like and he sees himself on the screen doing it.
Patron.
And he thinks, fuck, I keep licking my lips. Which makes me wonder. Makes me wonder about a number of things. Yeah, it makes me wonder about narcotic use, to be honest. Like, why does he do all that fucking licking the lips all the time? The reason this photo matters, that Alan's trying to make out that it matters, is that he's saying that she's used it to leverage Chris to... that they've contrived a situation in Arizona where they would send him a photograph that would pressurize him about the oncoming baby, or incoming, or whatever you'd say, you know, the baby, instead of just, she took a photo and her friends made it like a baby photo. Like, he's adding on the extra layer of fantasy that he makes up, that she sent it to Chris and used it to twist things with Chris. Like,
make my way to Patreon. If you're not a patron, understand the importance.
and look at that as well, right?
If you're not a patron,
Imagine that big, like, you know, we're going about the ham hands. I imagine that big ham hand pushed over your face, look. Imagine having the big ham hand grab you around the face like that. It's not nice, is it? What are you doing, Alan? Look at his massive ham hand, like, you know, dirty
understand the
bastard.
importance.
Did he just bite his hand?
I'm fighting a team that have raised £55,000 to ruin my life. All I'm asking for you is $10 to join Patreon, and it's not a gift. It gives you access to hundreds of videos about cases. It also gives you access to me, where you can talk to me one-on-one in the chat. So if you want to ask me any questions, join Patreon now. I'll happily answer.
You've got that access to Alan right now in his chat, haven't you? You can just literally talk to him live one-to-one on the chat, and he has literally got hundreds of videos about cases on his fucking stream. Like, if you've got time to watch all that shit that's on his stream, then you might as well subscribe to his Patreon, because you need more. But until you have, and I'm not suggesting you should, there's loads of his videos on the internet, and it's all shit. Like, there's no reason in the world to subscribe to his Patreon.
Or anything you want to know. But I think over the last few nights, you've learned a lot about what went on that night and how the state of mind was. The state of mind of Shanann, the state of mind of Chris, the state of mind of Kessinger.
Would you
the
shut
state of
up?
mind of the Thrive girls.
He will not shut up.
And the biggest one was Kessinger.
He's still going on.
And she has a way with words that makes me feel sick. You know, like hole rigging. I know my haters will, if I say black, they'll say white. If I say day, they say night. So if I say that she was there, they're going to say no just by the way they are. So there's going to be some no votes that are not right. But anyway, we'll get a rough idea. So 83% of you think she was there now. So we've gained another 3% from the other night. We had 80% the other night. At the moment,
Oh, don't be ridiculous. It could be changing based on how many people are voting. We've gained another %. Are you suggesting there's not the same number of people watching you there as there were the other night? So it's a very smaller, it's like half the audience. He doesn't understand how to, like, he sees the figure and he doesn't, I honestly think he doesn't understand how to parse it. You know, he doesn't understand what it means. We've gained a %. We haven't gained any % of anything. There's fewer people voting on it, and the percentages of the fewer people, there are now more people in that group that, because you're also filtering out the ones who don't believe and disagree because you're mean to them, and like all the people that think this are there on your stream. Like all the people that like all the people, basically a lot of the people on the internet, on YouTube, who give a fuck and think what you think are there on your stream, and that's it. You've got like you and your, like, you know, couple of hundred, which whilst you're live adds up to more, and then you get more added on as views after that. Like, Alan, you've got about 1,000 people who think what you think, and it doesn't matter. It's like, it is literally at this point, isn't it? This endless time warp eating its own tail, like never ending. I can't do this. I just can't do this. Like, honestly, this is my brain reaching my absolute limit with this round and round a merry-go-round. Like, I'm not the sort of person in my life that has patience for such a lot. Like, you know, don't you? That I don't have patience for a load of bollocks. Like, that's why we're here, isn't it? But this
moment is 83%. 83% agree she was there. 10% says she wasn't, and 7% say maybe. So if 83% of the general public, I don't know any of you.
That's not how this works. That is not a cross-section of the general public. You say yourself, you've got a specific demographic in your audience, and you've cultivated the people who think what you think over 5 years. Big ups, Perfect Angel. 100% say you're a nonce. How can you say these things, Alan? I tell you what, I honestly think that he's just not that smart. He just honestly thinks what he said makes sense without thinking it through. No one can think through what he said and not understand what. Like, it's not the general public. It's not a cross section of the general public. It's not.
I've looked at the evidence. Do you honestly think she shouldn't be questioned? If you've got 84% now,
she was questioned.
People thinking, my God, she was there. If she's there, she should be questioned. She was never questioned about it. She was never questioned about the Google searches. Mr. Rourke said, "No, we're not going to ask her. It's not a witch hunt. We stopped investigating. So, what's the point of us asking her?" That's why he had to stop investigating. Because if he asked her about the Google searches, they'd have had to ask her a lot more, wouldn't they? So they had to stop it, like his dad said. Like her dad said, we've got to shut this down. We've got to shut this down before they ask questions. The longer it goes on, the more questions they're going to ask. Well, it's been 5 years, and I'm putting more questions because I've got you new proof this week.
No, you haven't.
So that's it. I'm going to see you in Patreon now. Tomorrow we're going to do the bully case.
Oh, God.
So I see you tomorrow about the Nicola Bully case.
Oh, God, I'm glad I don't have to watch that.
Nicola Bully tomorrow. We don't do just the Watts case. Oh, he's only one-trick pony and he does the Watts case. No, I don't. We'll see you tomorrow night. I hope you enjoyed the show tonight.
Alan, it's the same trick with 2 different cases.
Found it interesting. Please join the Green channel where you're going to see a whole collection of NK videos.
A load of shit.
I've called it NK in the Shadows. You can find it. We'll just put it again in the chat. Please join Patreon. I'll see you there. Thank you for my spanners and everybody was so respectful. And I love the way that people are understanding now that we can talk about crime without hindrance and bad feeling. Good night. Thank you.
Without bad feeling. You certainly make me feel bad. I tell you what, I don't care if someone sends me the Patreon. I would rather sleep on my drive naked than watch the Patreon. I thought it'd be over with that. Like, I said, we were going to drop in, drop out. We didn't drop in, drop out. We watched it, but I thought we did skip a load of it, didn't we? Thank God. But I thought it would be over so much earlier. Like, it making me feel physically sick at the end. The man, such an arsehole. You've sent it. Oh God. Okay, wait. What we can do is I can skim through it. I feel like I should punish myself now while I feel like this, instead of punishing myself later when, I feel better. He's not even on. He's away for half an hour. Alan, just do it now. What have you got to do for 40 minutes? All he's doing is switching between stream A to stream B. What on earth can he be doing for 40 minutes? Make yourself a cup of coffee, make yourself a cup of tea, take a 40-minute break, and then come back and start streaming again. What? Like, this isn't like a 9-to-5 job where you get a lunch hour. Like, what are you doing this for? Am I allowed on this channel? In chatting in the channel? I kind of want to chat in their channel and say things like, I fucking hate you. Why do you do this to me? You pushing someone in the canal. Yeah, gone out. Or he might be at the property. And he might be doing the right now, some poor individual might be getting sex punished by Alan. Honest. He might be at his little bolt hole. We haven't booked you any guests tonight, love. It's just me. Then she says something in like Bosnian. And he's like, I don't speak Bosnian. Shut up. You'd have something to say like, I'm the one that makes the bookings, so you want to treat me nice, otherwise you get bad bookings this week. I choose which girl gets who. Like, yeah, he's making out like these other girls and he's got some sort of leverage. He doesn't. He's just making it out to her. She doesn't know what the fuck he's saying anyway. But what we need to do for the pusher stuff, I like talking about the pusher stuff actually, is we can cross-reference the old crimes. Unfortunately, I don't think he was on YouTube for some of that, or he might have been. Cross-reference old crimes to times on YouTube. The one real specific was the day he said that he felt like he could do a murder, and when that stuff was going on. And it'll be in the Exmouth region, but also sometimes, like, on his holidays, like when he went to Malta, we should be checking the Maltese newspapers around about the time whenever his holidays was, Big ups Red Fan for another tier sub. Thank you. It's massive. Loads of tier subs. Thank you, Red Fan. Thank you. Perfect Angels picked that up. Is there anything on telly that he wants to watch, do you think? I don't think that. Playing poker with the money? I think he's doing sex to someone that was trafficked. That's my guess. So you're all allowed your own guess. It's a free world. You're all allowed your own opinion, as Alan says. What's your guess? What's taking him 40 minutes? He said walk the dog, didn't he? He said walk the dog. Yeah, big up Skay Gay. He said walk the dog. Like, maybe the thing is, right, he ain't walking the fucking dog because he doesn't live with the dog and the dog doesn't live with him. There's been no mention of the dog in recent times in any capacity, really. He took it for a walk the other day when he visited Luke. That happened and now he's gone home. But it is the weekend, isn't it? So maybe he could be visiting someone again or something. It's just like, because I get things right about him all the time, I'm scared that the thing I think is probably right, and then right now some fucking poor sex worker who didn't decide to be a sex worker, they just got trafficked and they just live in this fucking horrible room. Like, Alan's there just doing bad things to them. That's, you know, I need to not be thinking about this and living in this world. That's what I need in my brain. Something nicer than that. We've got half an hour anyway, so like, if you watch Alan's stuff, like you've been just watching that live stream that you just watched, yeah, like we all just watched, join me in Patreon immediately following the live stream, because otherwise what does he think everyone else is doing? He doesn't care about his audience a shit. They've paid for it. They got to wait another 40 minutes. Well, they're there now watching the internet right now. They're there watching internet YouTube right now, Alan. Yeah, but I'm taking a 40-minute break. Maybe they can get a cup of tea as well. I don't care what they do, to be honest. Let's just have a break. Like, what? Join Patreon, no. Like, he's not even there. Why wouldn't he just follow straight on into it? It's like you build up an audience while you're streaming and then you want them to move on to the Patreon, but then you're not there. Yeah, well, they can wait outside. How many are waiting? 12. This fucking sad fucking lot. Right, let me show you this community. I'm going to fucking bang the community now. They can get fucked. This, you know, he goes on about having a community, like, you know, they're all there in the chat. You're here in the chat. Yeah, you know what it's like. You know what it's like talking in chat. Kaka, hello and welcome to Patreon. Natural Healing, also a spanner. Welcome to Patreon. Spicy Lady, he is coming here shortly, correct? Natural Healing, Spicy in half hour. Actually, it was 40 minutes. It's not half hour yet. You can't see that bit. It's still 32 minutes. Spicy Lady, well, we'll chat with any subs then. Sugar Mama, hello, making dinner but going to listen. Hey, Sugar Mama. Tracy, Kaka, Natural Healing, Elizabeth S. And Elizabeth F. Like, all the names. Hello. Tracy, Sugar's Mama. Hearts. Riffraff, hi everyone. Kaka, hi Spicy Lady, at Tracy Wheeler, at Riffraff. Natural Healing, Tracy Wheeler. Tracy Wheeler, Spicy Lady and Riffraff. Riffraff, Kaka. Natural Healing, hey Riffraff. Kaka, hi Sugar's Mama. Kitty Witty, listening to Simcast, waiting for AD. Or is Simcast on? I'll listen to that as well then, hang on. Anaphylaxis, hi Tracy Wheeler. Anaphylaxis, hi everyone. Kaka, hi Kitty Witty. Elizabeth F, hi everyone. AD starting 11:30 UK, which is in 7 minutes, approximately 8 minutes from now, despite the fact it says 30 minutes on the screen. So just confusing the... And that's the community there, having a good chat. They said each other's names to each other. My favourite was this particular... Natural Healing Space says... My favourite was this particular... Kaka, hi Spicy Lady, Tracy Wheeler, Riffraff. Natural Healing says Tracy Wheeler. Tracy Wheeler says Spicy Lady and Riffraff. Riffraff says Kaka. And Natural Healing says Riffraff. Like, that was good. That was good. 8 minutes, because Simcast is on and people are watching Simcast. Let's have a look at Simcast. She's a fucking nutter as well, I promise you. Listen, I hope she's going to hear me say it maybe, but she's a fucking nutter. Is she live? She's not live.
He was sitting there.
She's not live.
smirking from ear to ear, thinking, oh yeah, that's going to get us even more. Yeah? So there's nothing going swimmingly.
That's Bin Bin. She's got Bin Bin on her channel. Simcast has got Bin Bin as her 1 minute video that you find when you play, like, as you come in and drop, and then that's her laughing at Bin Bin, yeah? Which is bad, because if you've never heard of this channel and you come in and hear their intro video, you assume Simcast is Bin Bin, because that's the first voice you hear. This is her intro to her channel.
He was sitting there smirking from ear. He was sitting there smirking from ear to ear, thinking, oh yeah, that's going to get us even more. Yeah? So there's nothing going swimmingly.
Swimmingly? Swimming away with people's money. I laugh a lot on this channel. My laugh is loud. I laugh as hard as I cry. This channel is about people, how people interact with each other, personality types.
I laugh as hard as I cry. And I laugh loud.
Infamous people. I talk about true crime. I talk about pop culture. I talk about current events and anything that interests me. But it really is a channel about human behavior, because I find human behavior fascinating, and that's why I find celebrity culture and pop culture
Did you script this?
and true crime so fascinating. I also love food. I eat a lot. So I share
We all eat.
on my community post. I will be sharing food with you. Photographs of food that I cook. Cake.
Don't do that. Don't do that. What you said about the channel made sense, in a way. Kind of. The food bit seemed to be tacked on at the side, separate, random. I would probably not that.
Dinners. Lunches. I like to photograph the food that I eat. So this channel is versatile. It's not just about one thing.
So YouTube won't, algorithms won't understand it then.
Been around the world and I can find my baby. I don't know and I don't know why he's gone away, and I don't know where he can be, my baby.
This one's called Ruzix. Dave asks, where is the money? And at this point where I've paused it is where probably 90% of people that clicked on it then clicked off, because a discussion about the Ruzix and Dave, which I believe is another character in this whole scene, which I'm going to get into in just a minute because she's going to start talking about him. We're going to have his first introduction to my channel. But
my mum used to love that song, and she used to play it over and over again along with another song that used to do my head in. But I'm gonna find him. I'm going to find him.
versatility, that is. A note as well at the bottom, you can't see this because I need to, like, you do need to be able to see this. It's just, it requires actual reset, transform. Like, listen, if someone's not doing a good job on YouTube, that's one thing. Like, you know, learn, get better. I'm not going to dish you, but I've just recently had a little bit of a look about at Simcast, and I've just got a vibe. I've just got a vibe about it. I just feel like it, you know, it starts. They mentioned it in Angry Alan's chat. Now we're here. It's just happening. Listen, look at the bottom. It says intro, and then Dave. Yeah. So if you play the intro, but you don't like it, you don't want to hear her singing on the intro, you can skip to this bit where it's Dave.
But I'm gonna find him. I'm going to find him.
So why didn't you put the marker at the end of the singing? Assuming that some people don't want to hear the singing, they're going to skip past it. You put the marker at a point where they skip into it and hear it more. Like, what are you doing this for? If you just want to make a video about you singing and just put up a video about you singing, then do that. And if you really want people that watch your true crime to be forced to hear your singing, at least give the good graces to put it in the middle later on. Why is it at the start like this? Like, you're obviously pleased with it. You obviously think you've got a bit of the old Mariah Carey's going on. Like, there's a world of... The reason... I'm going to say this. I'm just going to say it. There's a feel of the delusional... Do you not think, everyone in chat? And I don't want to be like just bullying everyone on the internet, like everyone's a lolcow. It's not that everyone's a lolcow, everyone's a narcissist. But there's a sort of feeling of the delusional. Especially with the way this is all like several pictures of herself. And the word Simcast podcast. Not Simcast podcast, but Simcast podcast. Because we're zooming in and out on an old photo montage of herself. It just... There's something strange about it to me. I don't know quite where to put it yet, but I'm veering on the side of lolcow, to be honest.
So this is an unexpected upload, and I actually didn't plan to upload anything for quite a while and just take a little break. But I had to do it. So Dave has been going after, well, he's been saying that the Rusex are not going to get anyone into court, and that one of his subscribers gave the Rusex $3,000 and they don't see what's happening with their money.
I would like it if you'd show me the clip.
Now, I'm no fan of Dave and he knows it. We have civil conversations from time to time. I don't agree with his theories. I don't agree with his NK theory at all.
Who is Dave? This video says Dave asks for the money. Dave has a few things to say to the R's. Like, I know who the Rusiks are simply by merit of, like, you know, the Alan saga and all that. They said in his chat they were watching this. I've come here. I've clicked this one. Who the fuck is Dave? I know that he's another true crime creator. Like, I know, yeah. That I actually, because I've heard on the grapevine there's this other chuffer that's a bit like Alan that's called Dave, yeah. But, like... Who are you making this video for then? Just a very narrow group of people who know who Dave is. Because you're not giving us any introduction or like overview or even a clip from his channel or anything like, you know, Dave from True Crime Thing said this. Like, what?
However...
See, it's Seeking the Truth with Dave, right, yeah. So, but you're making YouTube videos. This must be like just personal then between you and some people. Like, you can't imagine the wider audience would watch this. Like, you know, you're not going to get other people. Like, you know, YouTube people want people to watch their content. Like, no, like, imagine we go just down the road and just say, right, new person down the street, here is a video, watch this one. And then, like, if they like it or not, they might come back. Well, the same with Armchair Detective. Like, you're presuming quite a lot here before you get going, aren't you? Which is that, number one, people wanted to hear you singing instead of the thing that you said on the video. Like, you might have a lovely singing voice and you might get lots of views on a video where you do the singing, but you should call it me doing the singing. Because people who want to watch that will go and watch it under the banner of me do the singing. So you've got that at the start, and then it's Dave said this and Dave's done this, and I don't know who Dave is. So, like, this isn't for me then, yeah?
As time goes on... Oh, and he also went after Martin Dehan.
Oh, okay.
Said that Martin Dehan is full of it. As time goes on, it becomes more...
Like, I kind of like listening to her talking, and I kind of like the way she talks, but I just... There's so much...
apparent that there's probably not going to be a court case against AD. And you've got 37 grand sitting in a fund. And I think people should be refunded their money. That's my personal opinion. I'm being very naughty. I know I am. Why do I do these things to myself? I mean, don't I realize that I'm going to get a backlash for this? I'm going to get a backlash.
It feels like there's a lick of the narcissist in this.
It's a backlash for saying this.
Alan's still
I
not
don't
on.
agree with Dave on most things, but he does have a point.
This is nicer than listening to Alan, though, isn't it?
Now,
What the
I
fuck?
went to the supermarket the other day and I cook and bake
I haven't.
delicious.
Wait. I haven't skipped this. I haven't done anything. This just went into this. This segment of the video is called My Opinion. And now, she did mention food in the introduction, remember? So you were to expect this. But what the fuck?
Food. And I'm going to do a HelloFresh episode one of these days. I'm overdue to do one, but, just didn't get around to it. And, I make delicious
I don't care.
salads.
I don't care. I'm vegan. I'm not going to show you pictures of my dinner. I don't care.
Delicious cakes, lamb chops, steaks, pork chops, all kinds of foods that I cook. But the prices.
Listen, if I want advice on how to cook things, then I will either go to somebody who is authentic. Like, if I want advice on how to make if I want advice on how to make, I was watching this video earlier about sugar, and I can't remember what the country's from or where the sugar was called. If I want advice on how to make, like, something like, dal, I'll go to like an Indian chef. Yeah, like, oh, that's racist. He said that. If you advice on making curry, you go to an Indian chef. Shut up. If I want advice on how to make something specific, I'll go to the person who's an expert. If I want advice on general cooking, then there's like successful cooks on the internet, aren't there? Like Gordon Ramsay, people like that. Like, oh, shut up, Alan. I'm talking. Shut up, you. I'm ridiculing someone else. If I want advice on that, then I go somewhere else, wouldn't I? I just think it's weird. If you do a specific cooking show and you've got really good cooking videos, then I might start going to you. But you've got to do it on its own channel and just do it as its own channel. Because, this just doesn't belong here in this video at all. And I don't want to see it. And that's annoying to me as someone who was interested in at least the topic you were fucking well talking about. Now you've ruined it for me. And I was here for the thing you're fucking talking about. So you're sabotaging your own content. Like it or not, oh, I don't agree with you. I think it's nice to have a variety. I don't care. Not all in the same video like this. Not unannounced. Surprise cooking segment. It's fucking ridiculous. This is YouTube. It's not daytime television. YouTube, you choose the video you're watching about a subject. You don't choose a video thinking that maybe halfway through you're going to get hijacked with a cooking segment. It is fucking ridiculous. No wonder you're like, what? That's, people in Armchair Detective watch her as well, bear in mind. What?
Welcome to the Armchair Detective channel. 25 million views, 100,000 supporters strong.
One arsehole. One big
Guys,
arsehole.
it's a short one tonight because it's been a hard week working on this case. I
A short one? You've just had a fucking hour off.
spent the last 5 days, you can hear by my voice, either making films, putting films together, researching, thinking, doing.
You can tell that by his voice.
This. AD changed the case since last Wednesday till now. I haven't
Wow.
stopped.
Imagine that. Imagine working on your content.
I believe I've found some pretty good new nuggets, right?
Butt nuggets.
And even tonight, we have another new nugget.
You've got a new butt nugget.
Everybody thought the Shanann 15 weeks pregnant picture was taken at Saratoga Trail, or might even been from years before when she was pregnant with Cece. The truth is, it was taken.
Didn't they just debunk that, or was I tripping? Can we not?
That's why everybody was running around crazy on Monday morning, because they know Shanann's. She's feisty. You see, like, if she's prepared to go on Facebook and say, "My mother-in-law tried to kill my children," that's pretty feisty. Imagine what she says to Chris.
This is awful, isn't it? I'm just going to pause him so that we can skip through it later, because it's too bad I can't sit and listen to that. No one should sit and listen to that. It's too bad. We're going to listen to this instead. I'd rather hear about this fucking woman's cooking than Alan.
At the supermarket, all the
were you editing this?
grocery store, like you call it in America, have gone up a lot. I was shocked when I made my last grocery store purchases and saw how much the food prices had gone up.
True.
It's
But then again,
disgusting.
if you eat a lot of this stuff, then you do have to suffer that. Like, it's cheaper to be vegan, I would say that. And it's more ethical, better, probably.
And a lot of people are going to need the extra cash this winter. And that's why I think that people need to get their refunds, because I don't see it going to court.
Oh, we're talking about this again.
A lot of people who paid money into the fund have told me that they're struggling.
Oh, that's pathetic.
And that's why I say...
horrible for the people who are struggling, but it's pathetic to say, I paid into a crowd fund, and this month I can't buy fags, so cigarettes. Sorry, in America, fags, cigarettes. This week I can't afford beans, so can I have my money back? Like, no, you did a crowd fund. It was like, if there are rules on getting your money back, then just go through the rules and get your money back then. Like, if there are rules that you can't, then you can't. Like, that was the system. Thanks very much for the money. Also, I went to Alton Towers, and I didn't go on all the rides. Can I just have my money back for that? When did you come? Oh, months ago now. Yeah, no. Listen, I was ringing you up because I remember I came in for my haircut last month. Yeah, you going to book in again. It's quite soon, but we can maybe fit you in. No. I'm wondering if I could have my money back. My hair grew, so don't need that haircut anymore. That one's grown out. Can I have some money back? No, you can't. Hello, I came in your restaurant the other day and I ate my dinner, but I pooped it out now, so it's time for my money back. No, it's not. Like, you paid into the crowd fund, you can now just shut up. And if there are lots of people, I swear that, like, I reckon I could refund all of them and it wouldn't come to more than 30 quid. I swear.
That they should be refunded. And I'm not saying that this is going to happen, just like I'm saying that I don't think the court...
Like, to me, somebody needs to write down a list of all the people who want refund. You don't have to have their surnames and all that, but I want a proper list of the people who want refunding and how much they donated. A proper verifiable list. Like, not so we can all dox everyone, but, let's just see what figures we're talking about here. Because if we're talking about 30 quid, all this fucking nonsense over nothing, they need to just shut the fuck up. And if they paid money into a crowd fund and then later on they changed their mind, unless it was proper fraud, and even then, this shit on the internet, like, there have been, like, crowd funds for, like, we're going to make a fucking business video game and shit, and the people ran off with the money. Sometimes people lose the money. Like, I think it might just be time to shut the fuck up about it. Crying about £3 I gave to a crowdfunder all these fucking 5 years. Like, it's just, it doesn't matter what it was for, Rusex or not. Crying about £3 I gave, like, someone's going to come forward now, and so they gave £200 and, like, so they're special. Like, do you know what I mean, though? Crying about money I gave to a crowdfund 5 years ago, or whatever it is, 3 years ago, it just seems like, I can understand why they might want the money back, Andy, is that they were missold, like, the idea that initially this will get Alan off the internet, and they're so angry at Alan, anything that's going to hurt Alan, great. And when it turns out that it might not get Alan off the internet, or that the process, like, from Frank's side, like, it's not easy to be transparent about the process, so they might feel like, well, nothing's happened, where's my money? Alan's not off the internet, where's my money? Or, like, they might buy into some of Alan's bollocks, where's my money? Like, there's all different reasons why you might get buyer's remorse. Fair enough. Think about that before you give him your money, and then shut up. How about that? That's my feeling on that. Like, think about that before you hand over your money. Because now you've handed over the money, you can just shut up. And, like, Alan had loads of crowd funds that he didn't get back, and all this, but, like, it just, I don't know why people are crying on the internet about it. And I think it's rich to cry about it without a full list of who wants their money back. Like, because if it's just 4 or 5 people who are embittered and, like, in total gave £120, it just doesn't mean anything. Like, I'll pay the fucking money back and they can shut up.
But I think for people, who come to my channel, like Cassius, Wiccan, Lisa, and lots of people who I've met through BAM, they donated, and I think they deserve to be refunded. That's just my personal opinion. So, yes, I am no fan of Dave. I'm no friend of Dave.
Cassius hates me so much they would do weird shit behind the scenes. But if they want their fucking money back and they want to show me how much they gave them, I will be man enough. As long as, like, we're not talking thousands. Like, I'm presuming these people haven't got thousands to give to a fucking crowd fund. Right, but if it was thousands, then we need to talk more seriously. But if it was under £100 and you can prove that you'd give it, and you're not just trying to skank me for £80, you can prove it, I'll pay it, and then you can just shut up. Like, I'll buy your silence, so to speak. I mean, I'll buy the fact that I'll buy your donation back. I will refund you. Oh, but you're not Frankie Rusek, and then Frankie Rusek got to keep the money, and then I will refund you. Do you want it or not? Like, if you do, you take it. You have to say Scotty Hottie's a nice guy, fair, decent fellow, and that no more talk of all this other shit. No more pissing and moaning about it for weeks and months to come. In the other groups, in the chat rooms, if you're in there, you have to say, hang on, you're pissing and moaning about this again. I got my refund. You have to hand up. It's time to stop pissing and moaning about this. I've had my refund,
I don't agree with his theories, but I do agree that...
The question is, right, the court... I mean, it seems pretty clear to me that what the crowdfund is for, it says it on it, yeah? But people believe they were missold the idea under false pretenses, that Frankie Rusek's not quite the guy they thought he was, and that the aim and objective might not quite be what they think it is. Maybe they think he's even trying to just win money off AD, like Alan says. Irrelevant. Doesn't matter. You had to make that up in your own mind before you put the money in. Like, later on, if it's a proper fraud, like, maybe, you just have to shut up and take it because it's crowdfund. Like, if you're doing a proper business deal and you run a restaurant together or something, and you put money in and contracts and things, and but there's contracts on a crowdfund. Oh, just grow up. Like, people lose their shit on the internet all the time over different shit. Like, you just have sorry you lost your money, yeah. Like, what, you're gonna cry about it until you get it back? Well, you'll be crying a fucking long time then, won't you? Like, and that's not even that's presuming. Like, the crowdfund could be legit, couldn't it? And like, Frankie can still go ahead and win. I'm not saying anything bad about Frankie and the crowdfund. I'm saying that if these people feel this way, they're right to feel that way. Okay, I respect it, but then they need to just grow up and move on. Because I'm telling you, if it's less than 100 quid and you're crying about it for years, then you're wasting your life over 100 quid. Oh, but it's the principle and it's the thing, and you're wasting your life over it. It doesn't mean anything. It's a waste of your life. Come back in 6 months and see if Alan got sued. Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter. Don't donate what you can't afford is a good rule, Pippa. That's a good one, of course, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, so I don't like... I mean, this is an old video. This is from October 2022, yeah? But this thing has been going on and it's still going on. They're still talking about it to this day, about refunds and the crowdfund. So this is an old video. Bear that in mind. That's true. I don't want to misrepresent her at all here, but should we go back and see what Alan was saying?
Relevant, the 15-week pregnant. Another little NK thing. I all week I said this coming Friday I've got whole new information. Stanley, I don't think it's owned by her. I think she worked there, to be honest. We know when. Mexico, Florida, I don't even know how much. You must be a multi-millionaire.
Before it's gonna happen to them, and the kids too. It's just awful.
Be seen carrying her suitcase inside.
And I dropped her off at 2 o'clock this morning. We are separating.
How on earth is he playing the body cam? It's like we've gone back round to day one in the time warp again. This is his patron live, and he's played the news and the body cam footage. This is unbelievably bad. I've typed it in the chat. Do you think I'm already banned? Or do you think they'll ban me already? This is bad. I've put this is bad. Do you think they mod the chat?
Wears every single day right in the front door.
She only has one vehicle?
I might already be banned.
One vehicle in his work truck.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. There's not a...
girl that went on a play date, but they're 4 and 2.
Am I banned?
Why wouldn't she take a car? They're both in the apartment.
I'll put you are a nonce. I'm probably already banned, but I'll put you are a nonce in case I'm not.
This morning at 9 and she...
Well, I want to say the cleanliness of this is in contrast to the mess in Shanann's office. I believe Chris and his friend
I think I must be
all the
shadow banned,
letters
yeah.
and the bills, and they lost it. We owe, I don't know, 100,000.
I must be
credit cards and
I must be shadow banned already.
money gone. The 40's all gone. We're supposed to pay the mortgage. Yet we're going to go to court.
I mean, New Clues Live, he's called this. New Clues Live. Oh, it says go crawl back under your bridge. Maybe they read my thing. Kaka's read my thing. Go crawl back under your bridge. So for a while there, they've even seen you are a nonce. Are we saying... I wonder if they block me. I wonder if they let me talk in this chat. I wonder if they've got the ability to block me, because they are spanners. I put, this is bad, you are a nonce, and Kaka put, go crawl back under your bridge. It's weird that. I wonder, like, Kaka saw that then. Kaka knows what I say.
There's our friends on the weight loss.
I'm your daddy. I think I'll have got banned now, but
Yeah.
I'll type it. I'm your
£200 a
daddy
month.
now,
Plus
comma.
samples
son.
you buy.
Can't believe you're trading this woman's pictures. Like, you know, you're using that as your content on your Patreon. I'm your daddy now, son, but no one's going to react to that. I think I've been... go crawl back into mommy's house, says Anaphylaxis. Are they not able to ban me on this channel or something? Why am I getting through on the chat? They must be talking to me. Go crawl back into mommy's house. Why are you here? Oh yes, because AD is your content. They can see me. I'm in the chat and they can see me.
You know, NK, no competition. Shenan's far classier
Alan
lady.
is a
But the marriage was
sexual
out of steam.
predator.
It was.
He was singing with those kids live on...
And there's the answer to the photograph.
Smule.
There's the photograph, look. Created with baby pics. This was
They're
done
talking
on
to me in the
Saturday,
chat.
guys. This is new information.
Fuck you and
This
your
photograph
information, Alan. They're talking to me in the
was
chat.
done in Arizona with the Pride girls. And it was
Alan
maybe to convince Chris, look, you've got a
stole
baby on the way.
my
Maybe.
content. He steals from everyone. Wait, there's a troll hanging about. Clear off, says Kate Mick.
Size of an orange. She's
It's me.
trying, bless her.
It's me.
She sent him a book on trying to save a marriage. She
Are they
tried to get
talking
him
to
go
me instead of
counselling,
banning
he wouldn't
me?
have it. All he wanted to do was a separation and have his Nikki. That's what he
And
wanted.
I-
Let's face facts. That's what he wanted. He didn't want Chanel. He didn't want any more
Exposed.
babies, and he didn't want the life of coming home from work,
The
doing all
truth.
the work, and then going to bed and doing all the work.
About him. Oh no, look, Kitty Witty, I can't see
Couldn't
nothing.
even spend any money on himself, you know.
This is weird. Kitty Witty says
But
I
these
can't see
trips cost a
anything.
fortune.
So I've been blocked, I've been shadow banned, but Kaka can still see it. Or at least is responding to me. Or is she maybe she's watching this? Kaka, are you watching this? Is that what's happening? Me either, Kitty Witty. They can't see it. I've been shadow banned now, so maybe they had it up for a bit and then they shadow banned me. Kitty Witty can't see it. Kaka's talking to somebody. Like now it's like what Alan does in his streams, but it's happening in their chat. Like they haven't even got any content back and forth with them talking to each other in the chat. Like they're non. You're supporting a nonce, Kaka. You're like Kaka. You watching? You must be watching me then, yeah. You're supporting a nonce. I'm going to write it in there, assuming that you are supporting a nonce, comma a chomo. Do you know what a chomo is? Like, are you watching this, Kaka? You're supporting a nonce.
Go into debt, ruin your marriage.
Must have us blocked, Spicy. So I've been taken out of the chat now. Like, obviously they can't see me, but I'm surprised that Kaka could still see me. In our chats, when you block someone, nobody can see them, not even me. You know, none of us. They're blocked. They're gone. But Kaka's seeing, you know, seeing it. So she must be she must just be watching this stream. Like, she just must be watching this stream. Hello, Kaka. Like, can you type in chat, Kaka, to tell me that you're watching this stream? I mean, you've gone very quiet now. Maybe that confirms it. But I'd really rather have it confirmed that you're actually watching this stream, and I'll talk directly to you, Kaka. and I'd say some stuff to you, but I want you to be, I don't want to just be talking to thin air. So tell me you're watching, and I'll, I've got something to say to you. You do want me to say it to you, don't you? So just, just type in the chat there. You don't have to let everyone know and make a big thing of it. Just type something in chat. Look, there's Nancy. Type hello to Nancy. Did Nancy give the $200 today? Why doesn't she get a spanner? Just type something in chat now. Come on, Kaka. Give us a sign, little secret sign, and I'll say something directly to you. Come on. Or are you scared? Are you scared to type in your own chat? Listen, Kaka, you're supporting a nonce. Whatever you think about, Scotty Hottie and this and that, it's not, the truth of the matter is he definitely was singing with those kids on Smule. Look, definitely singing with those kids on Smule. All those things Alan has said, all that brainwashing, all that bollocks, just between you and me, like, I don't care about any of that. It's not like a fight for views or trying to take the old man down or it's none of this bollocks. Like, he did come onto my patch. I became aware of him because he stole my content. We all know it, right? He keeps plagiarizing everyone. Eddie had the problem with him, and he does it all the time. This though, when I found this, that was it. This is different. The kid waves.
Once
the kid's waving.
I was 7 years old.
And he's doing the creepy smile. This is real. I didn't Photoshop this together. This is real. Come on, Kaka. Come on. Get real. Get real. It's time to step away from it. It really is. It's time to step away from it. Like, what are you doing here? Why are you wasting your time with this? If you're putting him up to it and you're writing the scripts and everything, you're better off just having your own fucking channel. Alan is no figurehead. Why'd you waste your time with it? It's a waste of your time in your life. You haven't got life to waste doing this, Kaka. It's a crying shame. The man's an empty sock, a fraud. He's just, come on. You know it and I know it and we all know it. I haven't had all this content just because I'm a rude person who likes to call names. I've had all this content from Alan, like being able to use his stream as an example as to what a cock someone can be. What a horrible, nasty, grifting, grinding, merciless, horrible wanker he can be. And loads of people have supported it. Like, yeah, there's a good one, you Seaman Stains. Come over here. I'll be your daddy now. Just come on our streams and just chill out with us. You can be part of a community over here. We won't be cross at you. You can just step away and we will welcome you. Honestly, that's what good people are like. Whereas, like, over there, it's a fucking nightmare. I know it's a nightmare what goes on in those streams. I know it's a nightmare, like, you and the friend group. Having to deal with him behind the scenes. You've been putting up with his shit. This is one of them again. This is another one. Oh, it's an I'm the daddy moment. Oh no, he's doing what he said to his daughter. Same sort of business. You've been putting up with his shit and I feel for you. Like, what are you doing putting up with this man's shit? Running around for this man. Why does he deserve your special attention? Oh, because he's fought for to punish Nicole Kessinger, really. Because he's fought to punish Nicole Kessinger. Right? I think it's time to step away. Just give yourself some time just to think about it. Like, you don't owe this man anything. He takes an awful lot from you.
I didn't know Chris says. I didn't know Jim says Jim.
Shut up.
I can swear here.
You could swear on YouTube, you prick.
God knows what she spent on all these weekends away. It must have been thousands and thousands. How many trips away did she have? And she wasn't even making any money. And then she had to pay for that car. And then Chris's pension got spent, 40 grand.
Man, I can't watch that.
A lot of people have paid their money into the crowd.
What's Simcast saying today then? Like, bear in mind, Simcast from the past. She's done a Ruby one 3 days ago. She's copied Alan. That's when Alan did his videos 3 days ago. She's copied Alan. Fuck me. Frankie, time to explain your donors and... Okay. 8 hours ago this is. This is 8 hours ago. Coventry, that is. Yeah, Coventry, look. Beautiful Coventry.
Before this podcast gets started, because you might be surprised at my tone in parts of it, I just want to say that, you know, I mean well, and I get passionate like everybody else. I'm not perfect. I'm a micro channel. I understand that. I'm a small voice. But also I do know that people come here and they do listen to me, and my channel doesn't do too badly. You know, it's not, I'm not popular. But
What's she on about? There's a photograph of her up there, married. I don't want some, you know, husband coming and punching me for saying bad things about his missus on the internet. I'm just saying, like, you know, she's in this ballpark, she's in this world. She wants to talk about the Rusiks, the Armchair Detectives, the Chris Watts. Like, she's either on one side or the other, it feels like, doesn't it, in this world? Or maybe she's an independent and she just sort of sits on the fence. But, like, I'm just, you know, she's talking about it. I'm getting a funny vibe from her. A real weird vibe about it. Like a real Alany sort of vibe. There's no landmark here to celebrate. This channel's gotten 389,000 views. It's like the 291,000th viewer special. Like, what are you on about? Yeah, gratitude, yeah. Thanks for all the views, thanks for all the subs. Yeah, absolutely, I suppose. But showing your statistics like this is a strange one, again. Like, it's just, these are, like, I don't know quite how to process these moves, but yeah, okay.
I kind of get a high off not being popular.
You get a high off not being popular. What do you mean?
I kind of am anti that. So, you know, I bless you, greetings, welcome. I'm not doing this because I have any dislike for Frankie. In fact, the opposite. It's just that I get frustrated with certain situations.
So we're 50 seconds in. I would like to know what it is you're going to say about Frankie, really. But we're getting the disclaimer now.
And I feel that there's a lot of people who...
I mean, I ramble and waffle, but I'm not making video. Well, I am. I'm cutting things into videos as well. Maybe I'm guilty of this as well, then. Yeah, when I'm cutting videos for YouTube, I don't say, this is about to be this. And but on the stream, I do at the start. I don't know. I just feel like, when are we going to get to the point?
Put their time, effort, energy, and dedication into this cause. And I don't think that he's giving back in the way that he should. So I just want to let you know that before I get started, because your eyebrows might be raised at some of,
well, no, that's the point.
That's that I say, okay. But that's a good point. I do mean well and well.
I agree with that sentiment insofar as I think when you run a crowdfund, you should have some clear and concise goals, some timelines, and as you approach and pass them, you should communicate that to your audience. Like, I think that's important, says the man who still hasn't done the art competition final, which is going to happen next week at some point. But you know what I mean? Like, Frankie could probably do with doing monthly updates involving the Cohen legal team on the update, like having them make a statement or at least say something new every month to say, you know, I understand your patience. Thank you very much. This is real. We are really, you know, the process is in full swing. We're awaiting a date on this day, or the judge, you know, just to tell people what the process is regularly. I understand Frankie does do updates, so don't get me wrong, but for such a large amount of money, you would probably want to just, like I said, timeline of events into the future, you know, like projected timeline, and as things happen, to mark them with communications, yeah. And if there's a long time between communications, to just do some more communications, because leaving it's hard to know exactly what to say and what to show sometimes, but nothing is worse than communications, isn't it? So, and I'm guilty of that and a massive hypocrite myself, so.
Remember AD telling me that, well, not telling me directly, but telling me by proxy that he...
But of course, I don't really know that as a fact, because I haven't followed Frankie and I don't follow the communications he puts out. So maybe he has put out a load of communications. I don't know. Interesting that we've got this collage of pictures again for the podcast. A podcast of you just talking kind of is a podcast. It reminds me a little bit of the Dark Side Feel podcast, the Level 1 podcast. Podcasts usually have a little more production value than just someone talking in a room. But you know, one person podcast is possible, I suppose. What usually happens then is you do some editing and, like, don't get me on what defines a podcast and what doesn't, but radio production value. Scotty Hottie here, who did a module in radio production, just has the feeling this doesn't quite tick the box of is a podcast, but like it feels more like a video. But like, I suppose you can write podcast on it.
He's done with the Watts case because there's nothing more he can do with it. I think that lasted about a couple of weeks after he said that, and he was back onto it again. And I always said, AD will go back to the Watts case in some capacity because that is his bread and butter.
Agree.
That's the case that made his channel. Without that case, his channel wouldn't be what it is.
Agree.
And he has a successful channel, there's no doubt about it. But he is very, very misguided in thinking that he solved the Watts case or changed the case in any way. But he loves to give himself credit for changing the Watts case, and he hasn't changed anything. Nothing has changed.
Agreed.
And nothing will change. And it certainly
Agreed.
won't change because of AD.
Agreed.
So he sits there on his high horse saying how a single shadow changed the case, which it didn't.
I agree with all this, but this video is called Frankie, Time to Explain to Your Donors and Supporters. So I thought it would start with, hey, Frankie Rusick, it's time to explain to your donors and supporters XYZ. Stick with me here on this video from Simcast, where I'm going to talk through this point, and this point, and then at the end, I'm going to give you my conclusion or my take on this situation. Let's go. So, point number one, Frankie, plan to explain to your donors and supporters when the court case is happening. Time to, you know, like I thought it was going to be like that. We didn't say anything about Alan Vinnicombe, so I appreciate and agree with the things she's saying, but I'm confused again on her channel as to why I'm hearing it, because I thought this was going to be something else. But okay, we've got 7 minutes of this. I'll listen.
It makes no difference to what happened. And he also says that they had to reopen the case because he saw a shadow. Absolute, total and utter nonsense. The Watts case has never, ever, to this day, been reopened. And it won't be reopened because of him, no matter how much he tries to give himself credit for that.
Agree.
So my point is,
the picture's changed, so this is an editorial choice. Sometimes I think, like, if you just got one picture up while you're talking, it might be because you haven't got full control of the edit, you haven't got any video of yourself, so you know you're just talking audio and you just got a picture up. But now it's an editorial choice, and you are collaging these pictures of yourself together and putting them up. So now it's an editorial choice, and I don't know. I feel like I'm Simon Cowell on like X Factor or something, but I don't know if this is a good choice really necessarily. Like, I would take, probably if I was going to do pictures like this and just talk, like I'd probably go for your best picture of you at the highest DPI, you know, quality, like HD quality best picture, and I would just have a really good one picture, and I'd just have one, and I'd just leave it up and I'd talk. That's my choice maybe. But by changing it like this and by having these collages, it starts to look less formal and a bit more like something someone might make like at school.
I'm under no illusion of what AD is and who he is. And I'm under no illusion that he gives himself credit for stuff or credit for things that he's never accomplished or solved. And he has an audience, a very specific audience that buys into him. I don't buy into anything that he says with regard to.
But I agree with this.
And I don't buy into.
I'm a bit. Simcast is a bit of a strange one to me, because sometimes, like, if I edited her, right, if I edited her channel and cut out the bits that I thought don't like it, don't put that here, put this here instead, and then took the pictures off, and like, honestly, I think it would be better without the pic. I think the pictures throw me. Like, not because of who you are and what you look like, but because of the choice of pictures at the appropriate times. And this looks like someone's had some modelling shots done for a portfolio, and they had sort of different kind of modelling shots from a portfolio from like the 1980s or 90s. Like, I could edit this differently, and I think it would come across much more presentable to the audience in a strange way. I feel like doing content. What's the word? Content consultant shows, like where I feel like I could take one of these and re-edit it and put different pictures and make her sound and look better. I could change the title to be whatever it is that she's actually talking about. And I don't want to be condescending, and I don't want to be like, oh, I'm some special chuffer that's got it all, know it all, but it seems to be staring me in the face a little bit here.
Anything he says about NK either. Personally speaking, I think AD will do whatever he can to get views, subs, and to make sure the money rolls in. I don't believe that he even cares if NK is interviewed or not. I think he just uses the NK for views. That's what I think.
I totally agree with that.
And I don't think that anything he does, I don't think any creator is going to change the case.
I would have agreed. I do agree with that. Yeah, like, you know, I would have said the same thing if not for yesterday, literally yesterday, last night, reading that the Zodiac Killer. In fact, I just quickly check it because I might be tripping, mightn't I? But Zodiac Killer finally unmasked by group of sleuths 54 years after the case. Cracked the case 54 years later. What? It seems to be in all the newspapers. Not the most reputable newspapers, but it seems to be in all the newspapers. So, they claim. Okay, so it's not as reputable as all that, but like, you know, it's possible, it's plausible that someone. I do know there have been crimes solved by the internet, so to speak, but Alan's still talking. Hang on.
I'll see you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow, you fucking dick.
I do read crime in America. I know what happens over there. Even that Canadian woman that, when I was looking up to the skies and pleading for.
There's a thumbnail.
Divine help. Because that's what the only way we're going to solve this is divine help. It needs Rourke to be out of his job, which will be 2024. It needs us to pile on the pressure next year and try to get some sort of investigation, but it's too late.
This is because she was just talking about it, wasn't she, in the other video? And now this is what, like, he thinks he can pile on the pressure. How can you pile on any pressure? You know, in an American political sense, in an American crime and justice sense. How can you apply any... Oh, big chuffer on the internet, make some waves, start a petition. Get real. Honestly, in 5 years, you've been doing that. You've been doing it, and you've had the heights and all that. And what you did was you cashed out as much as you could, grab the money, get on my Patreon. You didn't do anything with it. You didn't start... Like, you had, at one point, a lot more people that were interested in what you were saying. And at that time, you couldn't mobilise, organise, or implement any form of anything other than get yourself some monies so you can shut the fuck up.
We can't do anything about the autopsy, but we can get the autopsies unsealed. We can get the children's medical records unsealed. And of course, we have Chris Watts still alive, the man that was there.
What do you want to do? Murder him?
And we have Nicole Kessinger, the one that got a deal, the one that was under police protection.
Apparently, she's not had a deal, like, not in that sense of it, not like the plea deal that Chris Watts put in, but like whatever you want to say. We're not in this to that.
Name, the one that's run.
I'm just listening
saved herself girl.
I'm not here to critique it all the time. Like I said, I've got to stop doing it because it's too much in my brain. Like, I know he's telling shit. I know he's talking shit. I can't pick him up on every pedantic point of it. But I just want to watch his sign off to his patron.
Dr. Phil told you. Sandra Oronadi told him she was there and got cold feet. And she saved herself. You don't think Dr. Phil made that up, do you? Dr. Phil was told that by the R's.
No, you made that bit up. I will stop him on that because it's when he, like, Dr. Phil and his team put a spin on what the R's said. The Rusiks said. Like, they went in and did a normal interview. Then Dr. Phil and his team edit it and make it seem a certain way. You know, that's how that goes. It's not that they come in and do an interview and Dr. Phil and his team say, wow, that was interesting. I didn't know this. We're going to have to edit this to make it seem a certain way now, exactly like they said. No, like they would already have a sort of, we're going to cover this case, and the reason we're going to cover it and the reason we're going to make an episode on it is because we think this and this is how we can spin it. And like, you know what I mean? They script their shows. So I'd be surprised if they just had them in for an interview and then said, wow, this is different. Didn't know we were going to be talking about this. Let's go. They've informed us of something different. Let's go. No, I don't think that's how it works. But then I don't know because I don't know and I'm not there. And nor does Alan because nor does Alan. He's not there.
Think about that.
You think about it, you fucking prick.
They told Dr. Phil that she was there helping him. She got cold feet and saved herself by getting a plea deal.
Did he just say that her family told that to Dr. Phil? I'll have to go and check what's on the Dr. Phil episode, but if her family didn't say that, then that's the sort of thing that could land you in trouble for slander and libel, because that's the family of the fucking murder victims, you prick. This is the whole thing. He never stops.
By dropping bombshell evidence, she saved herself and got a plea deal. Her
Never
dad knows
stops.
it. She knows it. Kobach knows it. We're a team. We're an effing team, she says to Kobach. Her dad says we've got to shut this down before they ask too many questions.
What?
Raw
You still
stops the clock.
You are like a bloody skipping CD. You're on repeat, Alan. Do you not realise you are on repeat?
And Darko are not happy about this case. We've got to shut it down. Now, you're renowned in America to giving women a free ride if they come clean. I've seen many cases where as long as a woman splits on the guy, to save money, they give her a free ticket away.
What?
You say I was scared he was going to kill me.
I've seen many cases. What do you mean you've seen many cases? Name one.
They give her a free ride as she gets away. Don't tell me it doesn't happen, because I do read crime in America. I know what happens over there. Even that Canadian woman that...
I do read crime in America. What's crime in America? Is it a weekly magazine for those that are deep in the know? Crime in America. For those that are in the know, read it on your periodical phone device. Like, shut up, Alan. You don't read crime in America. You don't know. It's just like, it's getting on my tits so badly at this point. At this point, it's like you're in a tent with someone who is fucking making noises and won't shut up, and they're messing about. And they keep making noises and messing about. And eventually, one of the Cub Scouts is going to have to get up and give them a fucking leathering and say, shut the fuck up. Everyone's trying to sleep. And then they will just shut up. Alan's that kid that gets the leathering. Like, gets this. All right, lads, get him in his sleeping bag, tie off the top, and let's fucking all kick the shit out of him because he won't shut up. Please, Alan, please.
With a Barbie couple used to kill girls for fun. She got away with like a short sentence because she split on the guy. It's like, it's him or me. It's him or me.
There's one then. The Barbie girl. I'm glad he gave us an example.
She said, the Barbie girl, it's him or me. So it was him, and she got off short. Cassinger's the same. It's him or me. And it was him. And he goes, well, I guess it's my fault. I'll take the blame.
Repeating
She goes to the sentencing
yourself.
and laughs at him.
Repeating yourself.
I wish I could solve this for you.
But you have no idea, and there's no way you can.
It's hard at times. Being persecuted by the family of the girl you're trying to help. It is hard. They have their motives. They have their motivations. I don't know what they are.
Being persecuted by the family of the girl you're trying to help. So who's the girl? You mean you're saying you're trying to help Shanann? And in what way are you trying to help Shanann? Because she's dead, Alan. What way are you trying to help her? Oh, by getting Nicola Cassiger. And how does that help Shanann? Well, it's what she would have wanted. Would she? Is it? Does she? You're speaking for dead women now. This is some fuckery shit. This is some fuckery shit. Wow.
I just want things to change. I don't want to wake up tomorrow and there's a collection going on to take me to court. And the next day, and the next day, and the next
Until the court day.
month, and the next year they're raising money to take me to court. For what? I've never emailed him. I've never slandered him. I've never talked to him. I've never given him any hassle. Yet he's prepared to lie in the face of a fund to get money to get me away or whatever he wants to do.
Where did this suddenly come out from? I thought we were listening to track 1 on repeat. We've suddenly got on to track 2. Honestly, the editors that are working on Alan's stuff now, it must come to a point where you could literally call this the legal fund section, and he does it, and like you can edit that, and like so there's the legal fund section, and the next episode he's going to do it again. There's the next one, and like you could just do like a 45-minute or like a 50-minute just this week's legal sections, and like this week Alan has talked about his legal problems, and here it all is as one video. Like it's on repeat. This is it's like a form of insanity, but then it is, isn't it? Like this is a real weird insight into the narcissist. Usually narcissists, they keep a lot of this inside. They don't talk about it. I mean, they do talk about themselves a lot, obviously, but they don't have, like, in the modern world of YouTube, we have this weird platform. Big ups, highlighted messages, brutally honest Marvin Seaman Staines. This world of YouTube allows a narcissist this platform, and then Patreon is like this inner circle to him. To him, it's like my inner head, like my inner space, inner head. Like we know it is because the way he's treated it in the past. We know it is. It's like my inner circle, my special little time, my Patreon, and like in the narcissist's head, there is. It's like you're like a toy, a clockwork toy or something, and you go round on a track, and like when you think you're coming round to the end of the track, it just loops back on itself, and you drop back onto, and you go round on a track like an automaton, and like all the different things we pass along the way. I'm being maligned on YouTube. They're trying to get me with a court case. He put his willy in my mouth. Valve wants to have sex with me. Cartoon woman. Like, we go round on this fucking track, and like, Nicole Kessinger and Nicola Bullis and Madeleine McCann, and we go round on the track, and poker, and like it's just in his life as well. Like we were saying earlier, it's the same thing. How many times have you eaten that fucking same ready meal, Alan? How many times have you opened that fucking poker fucking room? How many times have you seen that same picture of a child in distress and thought it's time to pull out the Tadger? Isn't it time to stop doing it all now, Alan? Oh, what, and just end it all? Just end it all? Are you saying that I should commit suicide? Alan, I'm saying, what are you doing? Come clean before it's too late, Alan. Do a stream, right? You want the views. You want the views, yeah? I'll tell you what you should do, Alan. You want the views. Do a stream called I'm Sorry, right? Write down all the things that you think other people think that you should be sorry for. Not that you think you're sorry for, but that other people think you should be sorry for. Write down all the things that other people attack you for and say sorry. It doesn't matter if you are sorry or not. Just write it all down. Do a stream and say, I'm reading this list of things that I am going to say sorry for. And then as you go through them, one by one, just don't argue. Don't fuck about. Just one by one, say this thing. People think it's bad. You've written it on the list. This thing. I'm sorry for that. This is why this thing is bad. Say that as well. Not just this is why, but explain. This thing is bad because, and this is why I'm sorry. And then move on to the next point and just do that. That'll be your best video ever. Call it I'm Sorry. I'm Sorris. Just do that. There's no hope for you, is there, Alan? You're so far gone. You're so far gone. It's like I've just offered somebody a paddle, yeah, and they're already way over Niagara Falls, smashing down on the rocks in a barrel. And I'm like, yeah, with paddle, bit far gone. Big ups, Bailey. The Justice Fund rose by $2,000 in a day. That's insane. Is that the Frankie Rusik's fund rose by $2,000? That's insane. That's loads of money in a random. I'll tell you what that would be. That would be Grumpy Grannis saving up the monies. I don't look into it, you know, like, I'm only getting dragged into this because of Angry Alan, aren't I? Like, this Nicole, I kind of feel like I want to do an episode about Nicole Kessinger and Chris Watts one day because, you know, it's interesting true crime stuff. There's videos that they've made. I could look over them, but another part of me says I don't really want to do it because of all the taint that Alan's put on it. Like, I'd rather just move forward into the future. And then because of Alan talking about it so much, I have to talk about it sometimes. I, you know, watch a few YouTube videos, but like, and then because of Alan talking about it sometimes, I hate it so much. So with all that said, like, I don't, when I came into this, I was like, this Rusick crowdfund stuff, it's before my time, it's not my beef. I've got beef with Alan and it's not about this. So I've decided to not, you know, I didn't look into the crowdfund and what was going on with it and stuff like that. I decided not to, you know, not to pay much attention to it and to focus my beef on what my, you know, focus was. I'm aware of it's going on and it's obviously instrumental and part of the story, but, you know, but maybe I should look into it a bit more, yeah. You reckon people watching Alan's stream on Friday decided they wanted to help Frankie? Is it in? I guess you can't see the donations anymore. It might be that Frankie wants to put the money in himself because he wants the crowdfund to reach the target so that it like hits the fucking thing. Like maybe the lawyer said we need another $3,000, like, you know, this week, and so Frankie's just said right, bang, there it is. Who knows? A lot of you agree with Sinky Socks. I wonder. It's a lot of money in a day, like, and it's a square figure as well. If it is that exact square figure, it feels to me like someone got paid like their monthly pay and then they fucking like doled out a wallop and a chunk. Like, it feels like one big dono rather than lots of little ones to make it. Like, if it's exactly $2,000, then that's in my mind one big dono. But it might be lots of people. Like, even lots of people though in a day. Like, this crowdfund has had its push. You know, it feels like it's had its push. I agree with that Alan says, and I think like most crowdfunds, like you drum up excitement, you drum up a big push, and it gets its most money in the first week or two, and then it tends to peter out. So like most things on the internet, you know. But maybe Alan inspired a great number of people to. Undercover Mother on YouTube posted, fair enough, but that's a lot of money. Like, imagine like, you know, because I get tippies, yeah? Imagine how long it takes me to get £2,000 in tippies. Like, one stream wouldn't cut it. Like, no offence, like, I love the tippies, I'm really grateful, but one stream doesn't get me $2,000. Like, 2 streams, no way. 3 streams, no. 4 or 5. Like, somebody doing a post about it on YouTube, like, even though it's a support the cause business thing, a number of people all giving lots of money all on the same day, like, it's quite a big thing like that. Like, someone would have had to push it. Like I said, I think I agree Alan might have inspired people to feel angry and go and support it. I agree with that. I also think that there are some people out there with like who wanted to give $2,000. Bomb, boom, fuck you, Alan. I don't know enough about that really, do I? How to get your money back from crowd justice. Where is it? See, I should even know, like, how to get to the crowd justice, shouldn't I? Rabid Dog, this is one of their chuffers. 4 hours?
You know, she really appreciates the grand gestures, I think, and she understands the power of art and how art reflects life in your own life, you know. I think she's just someone that gets it, you know.
Yes. Yeah.
It's one of them bin people. I'm not even gonna. Where's the fucking, where's the... Undercover Mother on YouTube posted, good call, good shout, what am I doing, I'm stupid. Is it Undercover Mother, separate words? Yeah, the Undercover Mother. Community. YouTube, you have a creator doing a live stream on 2 of his monetized channels simultaneously. This is against your terms of service. Stand by your own rules. That's an interesting post, that is. Like, you shouldn't be doing... I don't know if... I think the problem is that the terms of service is so that I can't stream on YouTube and Twitch simultaneously, rather than 2 YouTube streams. I don't think they'll mind because it's on their own platform, but it is against terms of service potentially. Thanks to everyone who donated. I woke up to some beautiful comments. Oh, well, then maybe she did promote it, and maybe they did, because if they're commenting, I've given money thanks to you promoting it. That's big, yeah. But, like, 28 people gave that a thumbs up. Like, she debunked the flower pot that I was confused about. That was good. I saw that. Yeah, but exactly £2,000. Yeah, that to me, exactly £2,000 is like one person's put in £2,000. Because if like you get, the more people you get, the more odd the number gets at the end, doesn't it? Because somebody gives a £5, somebody gives 15, somebody gives like 17, and then it's just like fucking random. Like, but exactly £2,000, boom. Interesting. We back. We back. We back. Hopefully I'm still on the same stream and it didn't start a new one. I was just saying that 26 days to go is interesting to me because (26 days from now) is October the 14th, and I know that the courts start up in the UK. The High Court in Exeter starts sitting again in October. I don't know exactly when, but I know it starts again in October. And once it starts again, they start processing the cases, and Alan's going to be one of them. So it's the 26 days to go. It seems like that would be the court case can start up after the 26 days on the sometime after Saturday 14th of October to me. One, two, check, Chuffy, 1, 2. 1, 2, check, Chuffy, 1, 2. I did just have it like my obs just jammed up and then I had to reload it. It's past midnight now anyway, so I'm not going to be on too much longer. I haven't played any Genshin Impact. We're not doing a quest on that. It's turned into an Alan episode. I didn't really want it to, but it kind of has. My question about this is that in 26 days to go, does that mean 26 days, 14th of October equals court is on? You know, there's a timer on it, and Alan keeps saying, oh, there's months and months. They keep putting months and months, but it seems really convenient that it's timed to finish at exactly the same sort of time I would think his court case would come up. And then my other question would be, if they don't get all the money, does the court case still go ahead? Because if they need a bit extra at the end and it doesn't go ahead and then they just bin it off, that would seem like a fucking waste of time after everything, wouldn't it? But my guess is that they wouldn't. They'd just still go ahead, and that Frankie Rusick himself could come up with 20 grand. Like, it wouldn't even be 20, would it? It'd be less than 20. Like, you can get that on a credit card these days. Like, you might not have it, you know, you might have to pay it off, but then you might win, and then you might be okay, mightn't you? So, stream is frozen. No. Reload it. At my end, everything's running fine, and I mean, we did have that problem. Like, it did glitch out, like my thing. But I'm watching my stream on Twitch, and I can see that it's still running. So I think it's still running. But then, if you can't hear me, then you can't hear me. So let me check again. Let me check again. Right. It's coming through. I mean, it's not an amazing check, is it? Because it's my own, looking at it in my own house, but yeah. Yours is okay. The recording will be okay. I haven't really got much else to say about this anyway, other than I hope it goes through, because I don't see it reaching 75 grand, because, like, I suppose as it gets closer to the court case, to get 75 grand, what you want to do is publish the date of the court case and say, we have got this date and we are working towards this particular date, and, like, you know, make a building up towards the date thing happen, and then you might be able to drum up the money. But at the moment, it just feels like something that happened a long time ago, and the people who wanted to donate have donated, and, you know, like, it feels like these things peter out. So the other thing I'm interested in is the updates. While we're here, I suppose we're here, aren't we? He did updates. What am I looking for? See, I'm tired now. I'm searching the wrong thing, in the wrong bar. I'm not subscribed to Frankie, but I heard that he's on YouTube. But me finding it's going to be a nightmare. No, I understand that he puts updates on his YouTube channel, so I was going to go and look at the most recent one, but as I can't really find it and I can't spell it and everything, I'm tired. I don't really want to get into that. But I would say if they want the crowdfund to succeed, then they should post about it. You know, it's like a marketing thing at the end of the day. Like, not in a bad way, like a scam, but like in a good way. Like, you know, if you want people to hear about it and support it, you have to let them know, you know, and you have to keep promoting it. And I think a countdown to the event would be the best way. I think, like, saying we've got the court date, either, like, I'd get even if you don't have exact date, I'd get the lawyers to say, we expect the date to be on. If we doesn't get this date, we will have an update, you know, something like that, just to make sure that people know it's coming, and, like, without this money, we can't go forward. Or thanks to this money, we are able to go forward, but we still need a little bit extra just to make sure X, Y, Z, you know, like, make sure there's some sort of regular update to that. And I'm not saying that Frankie's not doing that. He probably is.
His mother's prepared to lie point blank to help this fund to destroy me.
Because that's fucking awful in itself. Calling what you might, like, it doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you are. If you're on the internet calling someone's mom a liar, your mom's a liar. Like, what the fuck? Alan, man. You're a savage. Alan, you're a savage.
What have I ever done to them? They destroyed my book and my documentary. They ruined my channel.
Your book and documentary about them.
I'll tell you what. I'm a cantankerous old bugger. I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up. I'm not resigning. I'm not retiring. I'm not stopping. I'm staying to the finish line.
What do you mean? Do you mean you're going to be doing this until the day you die? I think that's quite possible. On diminishing returns, still possible. Like, in a way, Alan doesn't win by doing that, does he? In a way, he loses, because instead of, like, it's like, you know, they say, like, dog with a, like you said, cantankerous old bugger, but I'm saying stubborn. Dog with a bone or whatever. Like, if you'd let go of that bone, you could have eaten something else, something nice. But you held on to that bone the whole time. You couldn't let that bone go, could you? Like, if you'd let go of this and been able to move on, you could have had an actual successful YouTube channel. But you thought, this one thing, oh, I don't do this one thing, I do the other thing as well, the Nicola Bully, and I also do the Mad... Oh, come off it, Alan. It's the same trick. The same trick every time. The same people who are giving you the money. You know, if you think you're so clever, but you've painted yourself into a shitty corner. You painted yourself into a corner with shit. And now you're forced to tread through the shit at some point. Or you could die on this, I want to say die on this cross, but I mean on this channel. Literally, like, you know, keep talking about this until the day you die. And one day, old Alan pops it live on stream, getting eggy about some troll who fucking put his willy in his mouth. It's like, what a fucking life you live, Alan. And what a life I live if I spend any more time going over and over the same old bollocks with Alan on a regular basis. I keep thinking it to myself. You know, I can tear myself away quite easy. I do think there's a lot of people on this channel, not this Twitch, but battery exhausted, where this will end up one day. I think there's a lot of people on this channel who do like watching me versus Alan in this way. But I also think I can branch out and broaden that to other people. Even if you like me versus Alan, you can like me versus other people, and, you know, in a broader sense, me versus the internet, so to speak. You can have a bit of that. And I do think I've got to get back to the main channel and start making some quality content on the main channel. I end up repeating myself as well in these moments, thinking about my future and what I need to do. But, oh, Alan, it is tragic. Like, one of the biggest tragedies of all of this is Alan himself. I mean, obviously the children, the families, that is tragic, don't get me wrong. But I suppose in no comparison to their tragedy is also the tragedy of Alan himself. But, like, Alan's is an ongoing, never-ending. It's like someone has trapped himself in their, well, in my own personal hell. Like, it feels like he's trapped in this never-ending cycle of rubbish, doesn't it? Yeah. Good. Glad we had this little talk. Pick up Slinky Socks. We've had this we've had a electric meter put in recently that tells you how much energy you're using, and I've been copying a bit. Like right now, I've got lights on and green lights on and stuff. Like, you know, I've been copying a bit of flack sometimes, and I've said, look, whatever it is, right? I've got some tippies. I'll pay for it. Don't worry about it and stress about it. I'll just pay for the energy bill. Like, just there's the money's in the bank. You have that. Let's not have worry and stress. Like, don't live your life feeling worried and stressed. I'll just pay that, and then we can all just calm down. But the sight of that red light on that fucking meter, she's like, what have you got on in the house? Have you got something on? And it doesn't, the meter's going to have the little red light on to scare you into thinking bad. Like, chill out. Let's all just chill out. I don't know. And that was a really bad example of it, but I just think I kind of see what you mean in a way about, like, I don't know if I see what you mean, but like, I do think people in general as well, can get locked into a cycle of comfortable negativity that doesn't serve them in any purpose. It's the same with conspiracy theories and stuff. Like, Alan is his own conspiracy theory nut about himself. He makes up all these weird stories and fantasies about himself. Alan is like a conspiracy theorist about himself. But it's this weird idea that, like, does it serve you? Like, for Alan, it serves him financially to do this. To the people that watch him, it serves them nothing. They're not solving any cases. They're not really getting any entertainment, are they? Like, we all know what good entertainment is and what bad is, and like, Alan's not good. Like, it doesn't help anyone to listen to his nonsense. And it's the same with, like, conspiracy theories and stuff. You could sit and listen to those conspiracy theories and talk about them, and, like, you know, let's say the Illuminati and space aliens run the world on some shit, and like, it's real. And then, like, you've talked about it for hours on Joe Rogan and like Alex Jones and got there, and wow, And then what? You still have to go to Tesco and buy your dinner, and you still have to make £40 a day for your living arrangements. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, you're going to need, like, to not, you're going to have to put these things aside and live in the real world at some point. Like, I feel like my own dad talking to myself. Do you know what I mean? I feel like my own dad giving me this advice. And the irony is that I'm younger than Alan, but I'm giving Alan this advice. But it does pay Alan. Alan gets paid through this. I somehow get paid through this as well, I suppose. But I'd rather get paid for something a little more noble. I like the idea that we're drawing narcissists to account. I like the idea that we're drawing grifters to account. I feel like the bulk of work I've done, like the body of work I've done on Alan, has like kind of proved my point. And if he's going to go on a rotating, never-ending repeat cycle, I'm not. I feel like that. That's how I feel. I also keep needing the toilet, you're right, but then I have drunk 2 of these, so...
Good night.
Fuck you, Alan. Fuck you. I wish you'd never took my fucking content and used it as your own. You fucking bad man. I wish you'd never done that.